Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the monthly meeting of the Arlington County Board of Zoning Appeals. This is also known as the BZA. My name is Charles Smith, and I have had the pleasure over the last 2 years of serving as chairman of this board. This board is made up of 5 citizens appointed by the Circuit Court. In addition to myself, we have Judy Freshman to my immediate left, Enta Malice to my immediate right, Paul Melnick to my far right, and Peter Owen to my far left. Also present are professional staff, including Stephen Rissy, who is the coordinator of the BZA and also serves as our secretary, and Blake. Nope, I don't see Blake. I do see Mark Hamela, the zoning technician down at the computer, and Jacque McNeil, who is the clerk, who is with Mr. Hamela down there, apparently getting something ready for tonight's meeting. And that is the person to whom Ms. McNeil is the person to whom you'll give your speaker slip. We thank you for being here, and I want to extend a warm welcome. We have a very long agenda tonight. So to avoid disruptions, we ask that you please turn your cell phones, or this is funny, it says pagers off, and this goes back 20 years, to the silent mode. Also, we would ask you to not come forward or not be disruptive until the case is heard, and then you have an opportunity to leave. Now, on the front table, you'll find a reference copy of each application package. There are only 1 or 2 copies for each case, so if you've not had a chance to see your staff report, come up, take a look at it, and then return it to the table so that anyone else who might have an interest in looking at it can do so. Now, our powers are prescribed in the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county zoning ordinance, which is adopted by the county board. Now, this board does not have the power to rezone property or to amend the regulations which are set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests solely with the county board. What we do have the authority to do is 3 things. The major 3 things that we have the authority to do are: we can approve use permits that allow modifications of placement requirements for structures on 1 and 2 family lots where there's no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modifications. And we can also grant variances from the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance. And lastly, we can decide appeals of decisions of the zoning administrator. Now, when approving use permits, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions that we deem necessary and in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. In order to approve a use permit, the law requires that we find that the proposal meets certain conditions and that the use permit will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, and will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and land use and zoning related policies of the county. Now, to do this, the BZA shall consider whether the modifications will promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood because the structure's overall footprint, size, and placement are similar to the structures on the property surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modification will help preserve natural landform, historical features, and/or significant trees and foliage. When granting variances, the burden of proof is on the applicant to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that it meets the following criteria. Number 1, the strict application of the ordinance would unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property, or that granting the variance would alleviate a hardship due to a physical condition relating to the property or improvements thereon at the time of the effective date of the ordinance, or that the granting of the variance would alleviate a hardship by granting a reasonable modification to a property or improvements thereon requested by or on behalf of a person with a disability, and the property for which the variance is being requested was acquired in good faith and any hardship was not created by the applicant, and that the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property and nearby properties in the proximity of the geographic area, and that the condition or situation of the property concerned is not of so general or recurring a nature as to make reasonably practicable the adoption of amendment to the ordinance. And that the granting of the variance will not result in a use that is not otherwise permitted on the property or change the zoning classification of the property. And lastly, that the relief or remedy obtained through the variance is not available through a special exception process as provided for under the zoning and or subdivision ordinance of the counties. Now, when deciding appeals of the zoning administrator, this board must use our judgment to determine if the administrator was correct. Now, this evening, in general, cases will be called, and a brief staff report and recommendation will be given. Following that, board members will have the opportunity to ask questions of staff, and next, applicants or their representatives will be given an opportunity to make comments to support the application or appeal. And if they choose to make a comment, please come forward to the podium so that any remarks that are made can be recorded for the record. Next, all speakers for the item will be called. Speakers, we request, fill out a speaker slip, which is available on the corner table up here, and the corner of the dais, and then turn those in prior to the item being called to the clerk. After we hear from speakers for and against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. We may ask questions of any speakers, but we don't condone and won't permit any cross-examination or direct questioning by others. We have deemed the following time limits for speakers to be sufficient: 20 minutes for applicants or appellants in appeals, 5 minutes for applicants of use permits and variances, and we have deemed 3 minutes for representatives of organizations and 2 minutes for individuals to be sufficient time. After the board has gathered all the information we need and discussed the case, we'll decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. Any appeal from the decision of this board must be made to the circuit court in accordance with state law. After your case of interest is heard, you're welcome to stay for the balance of the session or leave at your convenience. Again, thank you for being here this evening. And because we have such a heavy case load tonight, the docket is extremely full. I'm going to ask if there are any preliminary matters that any of my board members, colleagues, may want to make.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen.
there appear to be 6 cases tonight that, as far as I can tell, may have no controversy at all based on even the paper, where they have received positive neighbor comment from every single abutting neighbor, where staff is recommending approval, and where, to the best of my knowledge, there's no even question by any member of the Board of Zoning Appeals. So I would intend to make a motion that we consider those 6 items and approve them summarily, as long as there's nobody here who's come to object. And that way those people can go home. And I'm happy to list those addresses if that would be helpful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Owen. Can you read off both the addresses and the case numbers for those cases?
Sure.
So that we can determine whether there are speakers?
They're all in the style V-case number -UP-1. So I'll just read the number that changes. Case 11519, which is 4403 20th Road North. 11521, which is 4736 32nd Street North. 11532, which is 3523 North Utah Street. 11533, which is 1925 North Vance Street. 11535, which is 1720 North Taylor Street. And 11528, which is 721 South 25th Street.
Let me ask the audience, number one, are all of the applicants for those cases present? If you are, please stand. Okay. Are there any, let me ask secondarily.
There's 6 groups of people standing for 6 cases.
That sounds excellent. Are there any speakers signed up, or are there any individuals here who intend to speak on any of the cases which we've identified as being non-controversial? There are no speakers. Thank you very much. That makes it easier. Now, I'm going to ask our secretary to call each of those cases so that we may put them into the record. And then I think we're going to ask for a motion to handle them in Moss, and then get a second on that, and hopefully we'll get them these cases out of the way, and then we can proceed with the meat of the agenda. Any?
These people can be seated.
Yeah, well, yes, you could be seated now. That was just merely for identification purpose. Thank you. Mr. Rissy, would you call the captions on those cases?
Case number V-11519-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Rachel and John O. The owners submit a rear setback of 5 feet to the wall, 4.6 feet to the eave instead of 10 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the eave as required from the rear property line of a corner lot regarding an accessory structure in the R5 zoning district on the premise known as 4403 20th Road North.
Thank you. The next case?
Case number V-11521-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Eve and James Murdy. The owners permit a rear setback of 12.2 feet to the wall, 11.6 feet to the eave instead of 21 feet to the wall, 19.5 feet to the eave as required from the rear property line, and permit a setback of 13.5 feet to the chimney instead of 23.5 feet as required from the rear property line regarding a rear porch with chimney over non-conforming garage in the R10 zoning district on the premise known as 4736 32nd Street North.
Hold on a second.
Case number V-11528-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Diego and Gattianore. The owners permit a street setback of 12.4 feet to the porch, 11.4 feet to the eave instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the eave as required from the 25th Street South. Regarding a new front porch in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 721 25th Street South. Case number V-11533-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Julian O. The owner to permit a street setback of 6.5 feet to the walls and front porch, 5.5 feet to the eaves and porch eaves, and 18 feet to the rear porch and deck instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave, porches, and deck as required from the 20th Street North right-of-way. To permit a setback of 21.5 feet to the wall, 20.5 feet to the eave instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave as required for the North Vance Street right-of-way, to permit a setback of 6 feet to the wall and 5 feet to the porch instead of 8 feet to the wall and porch as required from the right side property line, and to permit an aggregate side yard setback of 12.5 feet instead of 18 feet as required in the R5 zoning district, regarding a two-story addition over existing foundation and rear porch in the R5 zoning district on the premise known as 1925 North Vance Street. Case number V-11535-19-UP-1 is use permit request by Lauren and James Wininski. The owners submit a setback of 5.1 feet to the wall, 3.3 feet to the eave instead of 8 feet to the wall, 5 feet to the eave as required from the right side property line regarding a two-story rear addition in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 1720 North Taylor Street.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Please strike from that reading the case 11-528. Unfortunately, we received a letter that is indicating, even though he identifies it incorrectly, but it's the same address. That's probably why it wasn't included in the packets. There is a bit of controversy. There was a letter received where the individual who's a neighbor wishes to not see the use permit approved. So we'll strike that one. We'll carry that in the normal course. So is there a motion to approve these 5 cases?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen.
Yes, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the motions recommended by staff in cases V-11519-19-UP-1 and V-11521-19-UP-1 and V-11532-19-UP-1 and V-11533-19-UP-1 and V-1153519-UP-1.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Owen and seconded by Ms. Freshman to approve those 5 cases. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and those 5 cases are resolved, though the homeowners may, you'll get a letter that describes what was approved, and you're free to leave. Thank you very much. Hopefully, generally the cases take about 10 minutes each, so hopefully we save nearly an hour doing that. Now, let's go to the, Mr. Rissy, let's go to the next case on the docket. Thank you all.
Case number V-11485-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Fred Ugilator as the owners permit after the fact relief, including a setback relief from the South Glebe Street right-of-way, including 1, 14 feet to 2 open porches, 13 feet to the porch eaves instead of 21 feet to the porches, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves as required. 2, 11.6 feet to the wall of an addition, 10.6 feet to the eave instead of 12 feet as previously approved by the BZA, and to permit setback relief from the 9th Street South, including 3, 23 feet to the bay window bump outs instead of 25 feet as required. 4, 20.5 feet to the window well instead of 21 feet as required, 19 feet to the open porch, 18 feet to the porch eaves instead of 21 feet, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves as required, regarding after-the-fact approval for unpermitted work and additions not built in accordance with approved building permits in the R5 zoning district, premise known as 848 South Glebe Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Any questions of Mr. Rissy?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen?
what's the status of the previously associated variance request V-11485-19-VA-2?
The applicants have actually made modifications to their structure such that it is no longer necessary.
Often when variances have been filed but not disposed of and aren't needed anymore, we take a formal action to accept their withdrawal. Is that something we should do in this situation?
Perfectly happy to bring it if you would like to make a formal motion on it. Not tonight, though. Hasn't been advertised.
Okay. Okay. Are there any pending code enforcement actions on this site?
Yes, there is some code enforcement violations. However, those violations will either be repaired or replaced once the property owners obtain the necessary use permit from the Board of Zoning Appeals. The reason that the zoning office won't approve any of the blueprints submitted in the past is until they get clear from the BZA. That's according to Jorge Flor, the code enforcement officer who is heading up the code enforcement actions on this property.
Thank you. What is the current status of the pergolas and gazebos and porches that were part of previous applications? Have they been removed?
Yes, the applicants can probably speak to this, but a number of non-conforming structures that had previously needed relief have been removed from the property.
Okay. Do you have copies of the building permits that were initiated in 2001 and 2005 for us to consult? Or they were already in our packet?
So the last, what is it? Excluding the neighbor support letters, the last 1, 2, 3, 4 pages were from the prior building permit, approved building permits for the site.
So we didn't get any fresh plats for this application?
Repeat that question, Mr. Owen.
First, I wanted copies of the building permits, and then I was told they're already in our packet.
Right.
Things that look like plats. And then I asked, so did we get a fresh plat that's post 2005 in our packet?
I don't believe there is an updated plat that shows the 11.6 feet to the addition, which had previously been approved at 12 feet. That is my understanding.
Okay. That's my questions for now.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Malice,
can I just follow up on,
please.
so it is the case now that certain structures have been removed and we're within coverage.
Correct.
Do you know which structures were removed? Was it just the pergolas, or were there other structures removed?
There were other structures as well besides just the pergolas.
Is it possible to enumerate which ones those are
Um,
looking at the plat?
It might be good to call up the applicant and ask them the work that they've done. I could try and rattle some things off the top of my head, but I think the applicant would be better suited to answer that question.
Who figured out the square footage of each of the subtractions?
Staff worked with the applicants on that.
Okay, so you are satisfied that the
Correct.
footage requirements are, okay.
Any additional questions of staff? If not, Fred and/or,
Mr. Chair?
oh, Mr. Melnick, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I would just note that disclosure, just for the record, only contains the first names of the applicants on the disclosure statement. So, if that could be corrected at some point for the record.
It just says Fred.
I mean, it's clear from the other documents, but I just wanted to make a note of that. Also, they didn't check the question, the paragraph 2 questions.
Yeah,
Number 2?
yeah, number 2 is not,
Yeah, it just needs to be completed. It's
yeah.
likely no.
We'll ask the applicant to complete the original, which, or one of the copies, which the secretary has. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The Torreses, Fred or Logia?
I didn't.
Welcome. We have a couple questions about the outbuildings specifically. Welcome again. Well, let me ask first, do you have a presentation, or are you willing to answer questions?
¿Alguna presentación que quieran hacer o quieren ir directamente a las preguntas?
Directamente.
We will answer questions.
Okay, good, good. And your name?
Carlos Peyot,
You're their interpreter?
I am the interpreter.
Okay, we just asked for you to fill out a speaker slip at the conclusion. You're like a representative or like an
Mr. Chairman,
agent.
is the microphone on?
Yeah, and turn that mic towards you. Make sure, is that red band lit around the mic? No.
No, it isn't.
Press it again.
It's always on.
Oh, it should be on?
Oh, it's always on?
It's
Okay.
always on.
Can
yes.
you-
Okay,
can raise
it's on already. Just push it toward yourself. Good. Now, I think there was a question from Ms. Malice regarding the location of the outbuildings that have been removed.
Donde se encontraban las estructuras que fueron removidas. ¿Perdón?
Which plat are you looking at, Ms. Malice?
En la casa se encontraban
Okay,
las
that one.
estructuras.
That's, I think, the only one I have.
Hemos removido los árboles,
Los gazebos.
vérgola y después los depósitos, los sheds.
So pergolas and sheds have been removed.
Hold on. Which plat are you looking at? Can you describe it?
Ese es el plano, ¿no?
Is the,
Ese es el plano de la casa.
This one is larger. It's larger.
I don't know if that's a copy of this. Let me ask Mr. Rissy, the plat dated 12/14/2018, is that the plat that you staff worked with the applicant on identifying the sheds and determining their square footage?
It's a version of that
Okay.
same plat.
Okay, good, good, good. We're looking at this plat that is, got a surveyor's mark of a date of 12/14/2018. It was done by George O'Quinn.
The date is inside this fancy circle.
Yeah, see that little circle? So they're identifying which ones, it looks like now.
So a total of 3 structures have been removed: pergola on the west, a shed to the south, and another shed to the east.
Okay, the shed to the south on the, well, I see,
South Glebe Road?
I'm not sure we agree on what's north.
well, yeah.
On
This is
facing
north.
South Glebe
See
Road,
that little arrow at
there's-
the top tells you where north and south are.
there's a shed facing South Glebe Road. That
Yeah.
shed was removed. There's a shed, there's a pergola
That's,
facing.
well, let me just go a little slower. That's where, at the bottom of this plat, where it says shed and nearby it says part 2? Is that the one you're talking about?
That's right.
That's
yes.
the first shed you're talking about. That was removed?
Yes. that
Then,
was-
next?
And then there is a shed where it's to the right of the page where it says part 3. There's a shed that was removed. Right
Upper
next-
right-hand corner?
That's right. Upper
There are
right.
2 sheds up there. One says shed width slash 0.7 foot eve, and then the other just says shed.
The only one, the one that says shed.
Okay. That was removed?
¿Ese fue removido? Yes, it was.
Then there's a pergola on the far left.
Just below part 1.
Yes. That was removed also?
¿Fue removido? Yes.
Any other structures removed?
Hemos cortado todos los árboles.
We cut the trees to the corner on 9th Street and South Glebe Road.
You said you cut down the trees? Is that what you said? You trimmed them? Okay.
Yes.
So the shed with the 0.7 foot eve is the only shed that remains on the property?
Entonces, esa es la única casita que queda.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that helpful, Ms. Malice?
And that results in a reduction of coverage that puts this into compliance with coverage.
The applicants also were able to add to the open porch facing 9th Street South such that it obtained larger than 60 square feet, allowing them to take advantage of the 3% main building footprint and lot coverage bonus and larger main building footprint square footage.
So,
Excellent.
So they enlarged the porch,
And
or
you
they
get more
plan, or they plan to
They
enlarge it?
did. They've actually made changes to the porch such that it is now greater than 60 square feet.
So, timing might be a little odd, but. Okay.
Any further questions? Mr. Owen?
Yes, I don't know whether this is for staff or the applicant, but am I correct that there are 6 different structures on the property that are, and I don't use structure in its zoning defined term, but there's 6 things for which we're seeking relief? What I count is 2 porches and an addition facing Glebe Road, one porch facing 9th Street, a window bump out facing 9th Street, and a window well facing 9th Street. Well, I didn't see that listed in the relief sought.
2 sheds were taken out.
So that's really my question.
Oh, one of the 2.
Am I correctly identifying the objects on this
Apparently they didn't.
plat for which relief is being requested? So going from left to right on the plat, it's the bay, farthest from Glebe Road and closest to 9th Street. The now modified and enlarged porch facing 9th Street. The bay and window well at the corner of the house that's closest to the corner of the intersection, 9th and Glebe. And then something that looks like it says OP. That may be a porch there. Open porch. And then we have a part of the main building that has a bay window there, kind of structure, and then the thing labeled covered something NOP with steps.
Mhm.
So am I correctly understanding the 6 things for which relief is being sought?
Correct.
And nothing else on this map is being sought for
And
relief?
nothing else on this map is being sought for relief.
Okay, thank you.
So the remaining shed in the upper right is okay?
The remaining shed in the upper right has been on the site for a very long time, and the BZA doesn't have the ability to approve it. It hasn't been included in any of the notices.
Okay.
Any further questions? Are there any speakers signed up to speak on this? No. This matter is with the board. I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
I'd like to clarify the record.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Malice.
We received couple of letters here, and I don't know the addresses of them. We received 3 at our place.
One has an address, 2 have addresses.
Is it 851 an address? 851 9th Street?
There's only one that doesn't have an address.
Which one is that?
The one that has no address.
I
Mr.
have
Chairman?
3. I have 2.
Staff provided us these 3 additional documents. I wonder if staff could tell us how they should be described.
Those are these 3 letters.
51 is an address.
Mr. Rissy, could you elaborate on these?
I received 3 letters this evening from the applicant. One
Yes.
has an address at the bottom of 902 South Glebe
Yes.
Road.
Gotcha.
One is identified only as 851, and I do not have an address for the third
Okay,
letter. Perhaps we
these
could ask the
2,
applicants.
let me hand them up to the applicant. Would you take a look at these 2 and try to identify the addresses for those citizens who have signed letters saying that they approve? Thanks.
We were able to identify one of the addresses.
Okay, what's that address? No,
What
well, we
street?
have that one.
What street?
Yeah, what street is that?
It's Glebe.
Ninth?
It's Glebe Road.
It would have to be Glebe. On the far side, it would be across the street on Glebe.
So,
There's an 851 here.
so Mr. Torres is saying that 851 on Glebe is right across them, across from their house.
Okay, so that's Glebe, 851 South Glebe.
So
Yeah, directly across the street.
esta.
Oh, that's interesting. That has a Glebe Road address? Yeah, I guess it would. Sure,
Yeah.
of course. It's blurry. The other is just identified by a signature. Well, let me ask, who obtained these letters? Did you go door to door to, you don't remember which house that one came from?
Across the street from and 9th Street in the corner.
So one of them right across
The one you
9th
doesn't
Street.
have a number.
3239?
Mr. Rissy is showing them the tax map to try to help identify.
I'm guessing.
The
that's
third
what's,
letter.
Yeah, maybe that one.
So the third address is 3409 9th Street South.
Okay,
Okay, other side.
Other side.
yep. That's good. That's the adjacent neighbor.
3409, okay. Okay, sorry, but
No, good, thank you. Anything else? Any other questions? Matters with the board. I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
Chair.
Mr. Melnick,
I'm prepared to make a motion to approve of this.
go ahead.
Okay, so case V 1148519 UP1, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit with the conditions as stated. But I did notice there is a typo in the first whereas clause under, let's see, under proposed, the partial approval, proposed resolution. And the first whereas, it has an extra much of in there. So it should be finds that the proposal will not
Right.
affect adversely. Okay, so with the deletion of that much of. in there.
Right, gotcha.
So that's my motion.
You see that?
that the much of, so it should just read the proposal.
Mm-hmm.
And this is marked partial approval,
So that's
which
a little-
means what, Mr. Rissy?
I believe that to be a typo as well. I think that's a carryover from a previous
Okay,
proposed resolution.
Okay. I'll say then delete from what I said.
Yep.
Partial approval.
gotcha.
Okay.
Dennis Stricken. Thank you very much. And that, that little editing of the much of is taken out too. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Melnick, seconded by Ms. Malice to approve the subject use permit with the conditions described in the staff report. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is granted. Thank you very much. Thank you also. Two things. Sign on the disclosure, there is a missing answer. It's a yes or no. And that don't presume that they are real estate agents. The disclosure statement looks like this. And it says disclosure statement. There's a question number 2, is the owner of said real estate a corporation whose stock is traded, They're individual owners, so that would be a no, I presume. And that's number 1. And number 2, so merely fill that in and give that to Mr. Rissy. And number 2, if the individual who kindly served as the translator would fill out a speaker slip, we'd appreciate it.
Do we need to answer it right now? Can we
Yeah,
put it
yeah,
on the-
yeah. You can just answer it and give it to Mr. Rissy right now.
Okay.
And then it'll be included in the record, and the record will be complete. Thank you very much. You can do that to the side, though.
Oh, okay.
And we'll call the next case. Thank you very much.
Case number V-11506-19-VA-1 is a variance request by Gabriel and Dolores Rubicava, the owners, to permit a total lot coverage of 45.73% instead of 43% as required for a one-family dwelling with a qualifying front porch and no detached rear garage in the R6 zoning district regarding a new rear single-story over-basement addition in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 818 North Frederick Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed motion to withdraw the variance request from consideration by the Board of Zoning Appeals per the applicant's written request.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Mr. Owen?
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals accept the withdrawal of the application for variance requested in case V-11506-19-VA-1 from the BZA consideration per the written request of the applicant.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Freshman to accept the withdrawal of this case. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. That matter is withdrawn. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11506-19-EP-2 is a use permit request by Gabrielle and Dolores Rubicava, the owners, to permit a rear setback of 10.8 feet to the addition wall 9 feet to the eave and 7.8 feet to the window wells of a rear addition, so 25 feet to the wall, 19.5 feet to the eave, and 21 feet to the window wells is required from the rear property line. Regarding a single-story over-basement rear addition in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 818 North Frederick Street, staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. Mr. Owen?
I'd like to disclose, as I have previously on this case and the previous case, that I am acquainted with the applicant, but not to a degree that would affect my objectivity in the matter.
Mr.
Thank you
Chairman?
very much. Yes,
Same
Ms. Mellis,
statement.
go ahead. Same thing, yeah. They're a well-known couple in the community. So, any questions of staff? Okay, hearing none. The Rubiclavas, either, anything to add? Not at this time. Yeah, okay. The matters with the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen,
I have some questions.
go ahead. Can you come forward? Gabriel? Mr. Owen?
I'm wondering if the applicant could summarize the results of any consultations that he's had with the abutting neighbors since the last BZA hearing.
What I've done is recontact all the neighbors. Mr. Reese has all the certified mail requests and my emails to them. I will say that the neighbor that came here and discussed the issue of drainage, I contacted him, we talked, he offered to solve the problem for a certain fee, and I politely refused and moved on from there.
I have an additional question. You've offered, I believe, in your revised application to construct a dry well on your property. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm wondering if you have any, so I gave to staff a proposed condition to just say you agreed to build the dry well, essentially. Did you receive an email from staff with the language?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any objection to including that language as an additional
The only
condition?
language I would change that I would have is that similar to the description. We're having discussions about the fill for the dry well, what it'll be and how it'll be. We just want to make sure that doesn't tie us into the exact. I would agree to the area.
Uh-huh.
I would agree to the area, but not to the fill.
Okay.
The fill is the only question.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, are there
Mr. Owen.
Are there any speakers?
I don't have any speaker slips for this matter. Thank you, Ms. McNeil.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
I would just ask staff the same question if they have any concerns about the proposed condition language.
Yes, as zoning staff does not enforce the stormwater regulations for Arlington County, we just don't feel it's appropriate to mandate any stormwater modifications or requirements for a use permit for a reduced setback.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be prepared to make a motion.
I'd be happy to hear it.
I don't know if any other board member has discussion.
No, doesn't appear to be.
Okay. So I'll make the motion, and then I do have discussion if the motion is seconded.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11506-19-UP-2, subject to the conditions listed in the proposed resolution plus one additional condition, number 4, to read, the applicants agree to construct a dry well approximately 16 feet by 8 feet by 5 feet, meeting the general configurations described in the supplementary materials presented to the BZA in February 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Owen. Ms. Malice?
My understanding of this motion is that it does not make any specifications to the nature of the fill.
Is that your understanding, Ms. Malice?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is granted. Thank you, the Rubiclavas. Thank you. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11511-19-VA-1 is a variance request by Wooders Antage and Candace Cadestanda. The owners to permit a construction of a new single-family dwelling on a lot that has a width of 53.8 feet instead of 60 feet as required in the R6 zoning district regarding a new single-family dwelling in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 6037 23rd Street North. Staff recommends adopting the attached proposed resolution approving the variance with conditions, and I'd please like you to note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packets were assembled and printed.
Thank you very much. Let me see what we have here in terms of supplemental.
It may have been in here.
Okay. Good. Everyone had opportunity to review this letter?
There's two of them, right?
Yeah, there are.
There's two of them, two letters.
Oops. Okay. I had to get to the end because there was a twist, but it was resolved in the end.
Underneath the photograph.
Okay.
Yeah, you do have to.
I know.
But they do
Okay.
request conditions.
Any questions of staff?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen?
some concerns have been raised about this project related to the potential for the deposit of stormwater into the public street. The Board of Zoning Appeals has the power to add conditions to a variance that it deems in the public interest. Are there any established county plans or policies adopted by the county board related to new buildings in single-family home residential areas producing water runoff into public streets?
Staff is unaware of any specific policies adopted by the county board relating specifically to water runoff from new single-family dwellings into a public street.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? If not, we have the Wooder, Santinge,
Yes.
and Candace Castaneda.
Yes.
Wooder, how close was I?
It's Wouter, but it's
Okay, not close. Walter. Thank you. I apologize.
no worries.
Please, if you have a presentation, we'd be happy to hear it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, good evening, members of the board, and thank you for having us here this evening. We're Candace Castaneda and Walter Zanting. We've lived in Arlington for over 10 years. We love being close to everything and being a part of the community. We currently live in a small colonial that we also love, but we're growing out of with the addition of our 3-year-old and now our 2 twin girls. And we'd like to have a slightly larger home in the same area, but that would better fit the little ones and then also enable our parents to come and visit so more comfortably so that they can be part of the grandkids' lives. As a result, we're respectfully requesting a 6-foot variance so that we can replace a dilapidated and uninhabitable house with new construction. Our plot is zoned as R6 and has been occupied as by a single family dwelling for over 70 years. However, the width of the lot is 6 feet short of 60, and a minor boundary change just after the July 1950 ordinance prevents it from being grandfathered. The county resolution supports the requested variance. It's been a while since the last meeting, and so even though I know the record is large, I was hoping to briefly summarize just the justification for our variance. Quickly, the proposed home would consist of 2 stories and a small front porch. We're seeking a variance of 6 feet. The house would be only approximately 160 square feet larger than the existing structure that's there. It would continue to cover only about 25% of the lot size. We have included materials demonstrating neighbor outreach. That includes evidence from the neighbors across and nearby supporting the variance, and then the ones on either side of us stating that they do not oppose the variance in light of the stormwater protection and tree protection measures that we're proposing. Finally, we've included photographs of how the proposed build would fit with the designs or the overall neighborhood, including the prevalence of many front-facing garages, including some on the block and then those within the immediate area. We're hoping that these clarifications and the supplements to the record help address at least any remaining questions that the board might have. And again, we respectfully request that it grant a variance.
Thank you very much. Questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen.
First, I'd like to thank the applicants for the extra work that they put in since the last hearing. There was a lot of additional material on the record that was extremely helpful in reviewing this site. So thanks for doing that extra work and the neighbor outreach and some of the other background material that you provided. I'm going to ask you a question similar to the last one, where staff may have emailed you with 2 proposed additional conditions, one related to stormwater management and one related to tree preservation. Did you receive those proposed language from staff?
We have not received proposed language from staff.
Do you have it in maybe your email?
No.
Just now?
All right.
Do you have
It's
your phone
okay.
on
I'll
you?
read it out.
I don't think, thanks. So we probably
All right.
don't object to it.
So the proposed, I'm considering, I don't know if the other board members will agree with me, but I'm considering whether or not 2 conditions should be added that, similar to the previous applicant, are meant to reiterate the promises you already made in the application, right? One would be applicants agree to construct the additional stormwater mitigation described in their February 13th, 2020 letter to the Board of Zoning Appeals. That's one. The other one would be applicants agree to take reasonable measures to promote the preservation of significant trees in accordance with the steps described in their February 13th, 2020 letter to the Board of Zoning Appeals. So my question is, would you object to either of those conditions being added to the variance if it were to be approved?
We
No.
do not object.
No,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Owen. Any additional questions of the applicant? I'd be happy to take a motion then.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen.
just for the record, I'll ask staff if they have any comments on the same 2 conditions.
Thank you.
Similar to the last item, staff feels that the conditions are unnecessary and may be hard to enforce, as zoning staff does not enforce either stormwater regulations or tree preservation for Arlington County.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
I'd be happy to take it.
In case, I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving the variance V-115-11-19-VA1, subject to the condition listed and the following 2 new conditions. 5, applicants agree to construct the additional stormwater mitigation described in their February 13th, 2020 letter to the BZA, to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And new condition number 6, applicants agree to take reasonable measures to promote the preservation of significant trees in accordance with the steps described in their February 13th, 2020 letter to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Owen and seconded by Ms. Malice to approve a resolution granting the variance with 2 additional conditions, supplementing those that are described in the staff report. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please call the next case.
Case number V-11513-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Donald Lyles, the owner, to permit the following: a setback of 4 feet to the stairs and areaway from the right side property line instead of 5 feet as required, a setback of 2.5 feet from the main dwelling, 0.6 feet from the balcony to the proposed detached accessory building garage instead of 8 feet as required, and a setback of 0 feet from the rear lot line to the proposed detached accessory building garage instead of 1 foot as required, regarding the construction of a rear detached accessory building and in addition to the main dwelling and the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 2422 South Ive Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution, partially approving and partially denying the use permit request with conditions. An alternative proposed resolution has been provided should the BZA see fit to approve the case as advertised. I'd like you to please note there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Questions?
Question
Go
for
ahead,
staff.
Mr. Owen.
do the design changes proposed by the applicant since the last time we heard this affect the staff recommendation?
The changes proposed by the applicant really regard the height of the structure and not the setback, so it does not affect the recommendation of staff at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from Donald Lyles, or his representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm William B. Lawson, Jr., and I represent the applicant. I'll be as brief as I can. Back in December, this case was deferred to have Mr. Lyles' architect take a look at whether or not he could lower the height, and for Mr. Lyles to meet with Ms. Hoffman and to see if he could address her concerns. Mr. Lyles has met with Ms. Hoffman, and she can speak for herself, but Mark did redesign the garage and has, in fact, lowered the height. I have an email that I'm going to hand out where Mark is describing how he lowered the height and the design changes that he made in order to accomplish that. Mr. Lyles has also done some more outreach with the neighbors, and to our knowledge, everyone he's spoken to supports the application with the exception of Ms. Hoffman. These neighbors recognize that there's an odd situation in this neighborhood with the alley that is behind the lots and the importance of having a garage where one can safely park their vehicle. I have two handouts that I'm going to share with you discussing recommendations by the Arlington police about vandalism and auto thefts and so forth. And then we also have a recent crime report, and I'll be giving this to you. And I don't know about your all's neighborhoods, but my neighborhood, that's become quite a problem recently. Also, to refresh your memory, I'm going to share with you the statement of justification that we presented back in December. I'm not sure that's in your package. This is basically to refresh your memory because we pointed out such things as an undersized lot and width, where the house is placed, and so forth. I would ask you, when you consider this case, if you would recollect and remember that this is to replace a garage that used to be on the property from the 1940s to 2007, when the prior owner, for whatever reason, removed it and put into its place the existing carport, which is there today. I'd like to ask you to consider that if this garage was moved back into the lot by 1 foot, and if somehow we could move the house back another 6 feet or so, would that really make any difference? I would respectfully submit that that would be insignificant insofar as its impact in the community. And then to finish up, Mr. Lyles has extenuating circumstances that are related to his military service. This is why he wants to do this. And he has achieved support from some of his neighbors. Granting this variance will improve his quality of life, and we think would improve the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Questions of the applicant's representative? Please stand by. We have a number of speakers signed up. First, I'm going to call those who have signed up to speak for the application, and then I will call those who have signed up to speak against the application. First on that list is Joanne Edwards of 823 25th Street. She'll be followed by Jack Lowenstein. Ms. Edwards, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I live just down the street. I purchased my place in 2014, July 2014, and I firmly support this. I think it will be a betterment for the neighborhood. There's no questions. And if you go through other alleys, there are structures much larger and much more sightly. So I think it would be advantageous, and I support it.
Thank you very much. Any questions of this neighbor?
Could you
Stand by.
state your address again?
823 25th Street South. I look straight on pretty much to Mr. Lyles. I'm between Hayes and Ives.
23.
Thank you very much. 25th Street
I don't see it.
South. The next speaker, Mr. Jack Lowenstein. He'll be followed by Tanya McKee Finley.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
I'm Jack Lowenstein. I live at 2500 South Ives, which is the house immediately to the left of Mr. Lyles. The only reason I'm here is because parking on South Ives is a problem. I don't know if you can tell from the picture of it, but there's no parking on South Ives, on the west side of South Ives, from Mark's house, which is 2418, to 26th Street. So a garage would be a real help to the neighborhood, because it would mean there's two less cars that have to compete for the limited parking that exists on the street. I've lived here since 1976. I may be the oldest surviving member of the neighborhood. And there's been similar construction for that whole period, for all those 20 years. So I'm here to say that he should be able to have his garage. There was one there before. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. Next, Ms. Finley. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the members of the committee. My name is Tanya McKee Finley. I did bring my card so you can see. I am the little orange building on the corner of 23rd and Ridge Road that's been grandfathered in as a real estate office. I opened up in 2010, and I do probably 90% of my work in this zip code. I also live in the zip code, and I have lived off an alley where my neighbor did his two-car garage did abut the alley and my property. I parked my truck right in front. He and I worked together as a team, even though it was difficult for me sometimes. I needed to make sure my truck was back far enough. And I think that we need to see more courtesy between neighbors and accommodating. I knew he and his wife wanted to park in there to keep their cars clean so that they didn't have to shovel them during winter time and even in the summertime, cleaning things off. I also want to speak to the fact that I am an expert in this neighborhood, and whenever a home comes on with a two-car garage, it sells for more money. I currently under contract with the buyer for a house that's at 1501 23rd Street, which is, as you know, a major thoroughway coming into Crystal City. The agent was from Ruston. She underlisted it. I knew it because I am an expert there. There were 6 contracts, and the house went for over $60,000 more than it was listed for, and my buyer was looking all over Alexandria. We were looking somewhere for a 2-car garage. Also, with our military families, we do find that they have a lot of storage. They move a lot, and they need storage. I think the fact that Mr. Lyles has tried to be agreeable and work with his neighbor in reducing the height for his garage so that he can still afford storage and also keep his cars back there. And it is also, I don't know if you guys are aware, there is a church right in front. So sometimes there's a lot of people parked on the street in front. And thank you very much for your time.
Could you state
Thank
your
you.
address, please?
My address, I currently live at 2806 South Fern Street. I just sold a house on the 26th Street.
South what?
I live at 2806 South Fern Street, and I rented that house because I had a tandem 2-car garage where I could store my things for my staging.
And
It's
we'll take your
important.
business card also for the record.
Sure, why not?
I'll put it on your speaker slip. Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mark Cerny, 2105 North Glebe Road. Oh, okay. Sorry. You didn't sign up to speak on this one. Okay. Let me go to those who have signed up to speak against. I will hear from first Sushma Subramanian.
Mr. Sobel is for.
Thank you. Welcome.
We don't have a speaker slip for Sobel.
We don't have a. Let me see. I'm sorry. We do. They were in order when I heard that one was for another case. I presumed that the following one was also. Bad presumption. Ms. Subramanian, would you stand by just for a minute before, because I'm going to hear all those in favor first and then those opposed. Mark Sobel. Yes, thank you. 2414 South Ive Street. Thank you for pointing that out.
2418 South Ive Street. So
18?
Yes, sir. So if you're facing Donald's house, Jack lives to the left, I live to the right. And I think that Jack and Tanya and Joanne have spoken eloquently. The night is continuing. I will just say that I support Donald's effort. I think it actually will improve the neighborhood, the safety. And then I want to thank Donald for having consistently throughout this process kept us abreast of what was going on, showing us designs and things of that nature. So we've been fully informed, the neighborhood, all along throughout the process. And he's been very open and with all the facts and the details. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Any questions of that speaker? Okay. Now, Ms. Subramanian. And Ms. Hoffman will follow and conclude the speakers.
Hi, my name is Sushma Subramanian. I live at 2425 South Inge Street. So I live on the other side of the alleyway. So I use the alleyway pretty frequently, and it's actually already very narrow. It's hard to get through, and so I worry about a large garage setting a precedent for other neighbors building just large constructions behind their house and limiting use for everyone of for the alleyway. So I am in support of the county's resolution.
Okay. Thank you very much. Last but not least is Elizabeth Hoffman. I did this so you would wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. And I won't read what I've written because I can read some of the most important stuff, which I feel like the county staff reports, it says that this is a very large garage, larger than most in our neighborhoods. It's asking a 0 rear setback, and no other property has that in our neighborhood. And finally, that it seeks a 2.5-foot separation between the main building and the accessory building, and no other property has this separation, such a small separation. So I am also worried that this will set a precedent for other neighbors. I did talk with Mr. Lyle several times. I did ask for a smaller garage, and what as I understand from the drawings, I couldn't figure out the height on the drawings, the new drawings, but I understand it's 1.5 feet or 1.4 inches lower. His garage was almost as high as his house with the plan. So I had asked for something that was much smaller, and I didn't feel that what he came up with was a suitable compromise. He said he was not interested in building the garage if he couldn't get the storage space and that height. I feel he does have the carport in which to park, so he doesn't have to park on the street. And I feel like the changes that he is requesting are not small changes. These are big variances from, and his property is already a non-conforming lot that has a big addition, and that's why the garage, I think, was taken down, because it would have been too close. And so I agree with the county's report, the staff report. So I do support the variance for the side stairway. That's fine with me. But I would like you to deny the variance on the rear setback, or the distance between the main building and the accessory building.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Hoffman? Okay, thank you very much.
Question for staff.
Yes, question, Ms. Malice?
So the only change in design is a reduction in height?
I'll defer to the applicant with that, but that is my current understanding.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for your
Welcome,
question.
Mr. Lyles.
Hello, good evening. Mr. Mark Rentz, the architect, we met with Ms. Hoffman. We addressed the 4 concerns that the board members had from the 11 December BZA. I listened to the tape, addressed the 4 concerns. Mr. Owens had concern with the height. Ms. Hoffman had concerns with height and other things. So to keep the storage that I needed, Mr. Rentz redrew the whole structure, brought down the roof line 1 foot. What was it, Mark? So it still gives me, I said, bring it down, still leave me some storage for attic space, but let's bring it down what we can.
Yeah, good evening, Mark Renz.
And Mr. Rentz, after you finish, would you fill out a speaker slip?
Yes,
so
I
we add it
will,
to record?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, so the design, the revisions to the design that we did to reduce the height of the structure, there was a few areas that we did. We dropped the main ridge height. We changed the slope of the roof. The roof slope originally matched the existing house, so that it tried to fit in with the architecture as much as possible. And we also took away, we had knee walls on the previous design to get some more attic space for storage up above the garage area for Mr. Lyles. We got rid of the knee walls and dropped that down, so it brought the eaves down, brought the side of the garage all the way down, and then brought the roof down overall. Those were the design revisions that we moved forward with the revision.
Mr. Chairman? Just a quick question.
Go ahead, Mr.
Since
Owen.
the architect is here, what's the height of the ceiling in the garage portion of the structure?
I'd have to...
Above the cars?
I can grab my drawings and take a look.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a question, Ms. Malice?
Question. It was a question
Oh,
for
okay.
you. So I can ask the applicant. So what is the justification for 0 setback?
I'm looking, I guess if I understand your question, I'm looking to use the existing concrete pad that the 2-car garage sat on. I have if you can see, I have the brick pillars. I'd like to just, initially I want to just build up and go with a carport. When I talked to staff, they said, well, you're actually asking for a garage. And so I said, okay, well, if I'm going to enclose if you enclose 2 sides, then you've technically got a garage. And so we looked at using the same pad that had the existing, up until 2007, the 2-car garage. And I said, I will use the same brick columns, and I asked Mark to draw a garage that would work with my existing structure. I hope that answers your question.
So what would be your hardship in making a 1-foot setback?
I can tell you that.
Yeah.
So if you try to move the garage door back a foot, because of the layout of the existing footprint for the parking area, it's not rectangular. It's actually kind of zigzagged. If you try to bring it back, you're going to get less than a typical garage. You should typically have 20 feet, so you have room to actually come in, back your car, and have room for the door to close. Because of the way that that rear wall actually in the picture there doesn't look real angled, but it is. It comes back in. It decreases that depth across the back of the garage to a
what?
non-typical depth. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I'd say it's somewhere around 19.
Do you have a drawing in front of you?
19.6 or somewhere around there, or 19.2 or 19.4. I don't think I have that dimensioned on the floor plan.
So because, let me try to clarify.
Sure.
So the house is not parallel, the rear line of the house is not parallel to the rear lot line nor the rear line of the garage.
That is correct, sir.
So the closest point to the rear line is what distance? That where the edge of that stairway is, that corner?
From there to the rear lot line?
Yeah.
That I don't have on here. Dimension I have is the outside line
on the north.
Yeah, that's
And that looks to be what?
23 foot 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time you come across, it becomes shallower. And then because of the way that the door is going to be installed, the door is not right on the line. It's back a few inches, but we're trying to get it so we have as much room as possible within that garage. But the depth of the door itself takes up some space too. But I don't have those numbers on this drawing.
What about the south side of the exterior? Where it says gate on the plat.
South side.
Oh, that's yeah. So that's 23 1.5. I'm sorry. That was the one I was looking at on that side. On the north side, it's 27.8, but that goes all the way back to that's the dimension to the piers. On the south side, it's 23 1.5, and that's to the outside of the brick wall. So the brick wall in the back is approximately 1 foot 4 thick. So that brings you down at that farthest point to, let's see.
Well, on the wall that's going to be. I mean, you've got, that's 20. I mean, I can see a car parking in there. I don't know what kind of vehicles Mr. Lyles owns, but my pickup is 19.
I've got a Toyota Tacoma, sir, and to bring it back all the way, I'd have to be up against the wall, all the rear wall, to get the front end to where I could bring the garage door closed. So that's why I'm asking, I guess, for that zero, so I can get my truck in.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen.
I'm wondering if we got an answer on the height of the ceiling.
I'm sorry?
I'm just wondering if the architect has an answer for the height of the ceiling.
Oh.
Yeah, it's 9 foot. Let's see where we are here. 9 foot 4.5 to the underside of the structure.
And the height, 9 foot 4.5 for the ceiling of the auto storage area.
Correct.
And then what's the total exterior height at the peak?
15.
Well, the way the heights are measured goes to the middle of between the eave and the ridge.
So
that's 15. That's 15.5 1/4.
So an additional 6 feet to the midline of the roof.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. But that's also measured from grade. They're not measured from the same point. So there's a difference. Within the garage, you're measuring from the slab. Outside, you're measuring from average grade, which has no relation to the slab itself. If I look at this, I could tell you that you've got an additional 1 foot, 2 foot 4. You've got an additional 3 foot 4 from the underside of the garage. So take away the structure is a foot. So you have 2 foot 4 approximately from that floor level to the height, the way that we measure the height with the
to the midline of the roof.
Yes.
2 foot 4 from the upper side of the ceiling to the midline of the roof.
Yes.
Thank
correct.
you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions of either Mr. Lyles, Mr.
Rents,
or Mr. Lawson? None? I'm sorry, here. Okay. Oh, you had multiple copies of this. Any additional questions? Well, thank you very much. Matters with the board. Anything you want to address, Mr. Lawson?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, Mr. Melnick.
Yes, so I'm quite torn on this case because, it's I think it's a beautiful design. I think it's great. It's artistic. Everything looks great. But what I'm getting stuck with here, as far as being able to approve it at this point, is the issue of compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood. Just because of the differences between what was found in the area as far as the measurements, the 0 feet to the rear line, and then the separation. And I understand what Mr. Lawson's saying about, it doesn't matter, like you can't tell, but that's, to us, that's not really the question. Right. I mean, because these are measurements, and they're in the zoning code, in the zoning ordinance. So, so I'm very torn between practicality and the artisticness and beauty of the structure, the proposed structure, but we do have to follow the standard, and so that's where I'm having difficulty. So, I think just we are dealing with this sort of odd structure of the house, how it's placed, but I think that unfortunately, I think, at least in my mind, another design needs to come up with, just to bring it more into similarity with what's going on in the neighborhood. So that's where I stand. But it is a hard issue, for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Melnick. Any other discussion? Well,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen,
I'm prepared to make a motion.
I'd be happy to take it.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving a setback of 4 feet to the stairs areaway from the right side lot line and denying a setback of 1 foot and a setback of 2.5 feet from the main dwelling, 0.6 feet from the balcony to the detached accessory building garage and the use permit V-11513-19-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed. In essence, I am proposing the staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the staff recommendation, which is the, let me see what it's called. Well, I guess partially approving, the recommendation, partially approving, partially denying. Any further discussion? Let me ask the applicant if there is any desire to try to make another go at redesign.
I'm not quite sure what it is, Mr. Melnick, that you'd want me to do. I mean, if I reduce the size, I can't get my truck in it.
Well, I think one of the issues might be the 0 setback. I know that rankles.
I don't have,
everyone.
that's the point, sir. I don't have the room on the back end of the pad or the structure. That's the reason for the variance. I'm up against.
No, we know why you're asking for it, but it's, if I said highly unusual, that would even be far shy of really what it is. It's building on a lot line is one of the things that I'm trying to think of whenever that has been granted.
I know it's an unusual request, but there's two other, I think there's photographs in the package. There's two other structures in that alley that, well, one in that alley and the other in the Inge alley that are well over 18 feet in height. So there's nothing that's exactly like what I'm asking for, but if it's height that's a concern, there is a precedence for two other structures, Inge and,
I don't think it was the height, but what really I was putting out there, because there's a motion on the floor, been duly made and seconded. I would have to try to get those folk to undo that if a deferral was even something that you would entertain. It doesn't really sound like that necessarily. Would be something, and it might not even be acceptable to the board. There may be a majority that feels like that nothing really could be done to appease their feelings about this case. If you would be amenable to a deferral, I would ask if the maker of the motion and the person who seconded it would be willing to withdraw those, and if any other board member would be willing to entertain a motion.
yes, I'd like to defer it.
To try to redesign.
I'll look at it.
Well, let me ask, Mr. Owen, would you withdraw your motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd prefer to vote on the motion. I don't think it's likely that the applicant will come up, based on what we've heard for the last two meetings, that he'll come up with an alternative that meets his requirements that we could approve.
Fair enough, Ms. Freshman.
Well, and I think one issue is it's practical to use the existing pad, and you own a vehicle that is of a certain length. So this makes sense to you, but it isn't necessarily a desirable precedent for zero space and whatever. I think I'm more flexible on the height than the setbacks, and so I think that if I agree that it may not be, a deferral might be useful, but if the premise is still going to be the same, using the existing brick piers and using the existing pad, and the fact that it's not going to change how close it is to the house, I mean, some of those factors are not going to change unless you really change your whole concept. And so in that sense, I mean, it's certainly up to you in terms of a deferral, but I think it's going to be difficult to come up with something that addresses all of the issues that have been raised, squeezed into this particular space.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the maker of the motion has already indicated that he wants the motion to be voted upon, and it's been seconded. I didn't hear a withdrawal of the second, so.
I don't have any special powers. I'm just a member now.
No,
so
you
it just
don't.
takes one of us to
There's
ask
one of
for a
five.
vote.
Yeah.
Seconded motion, any of the five of us can ask for a vote.
Yeah. Well,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Malik.
Since the applicant, did address what I had to say, I echo what Ms. Freshman says, and it's just, for me, it's a matter of similarity and compatibility. So what I would ask is that you work with staff, ideally, so you can get the staff on board, to recommend approval, and that's what I would want, because I'm, the standard. Of course, we're here to uphold the standard, and that's why I'm here, and so that's what I'm aiming toward. And if you think you could do that, then, it's sort of an awkward position with, this motion, you're asking for a deferral, but that's my position.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
For Mr. Owen?
I think the hearing's closed, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my view, before we vote, is echoes something that Ms. Malice said at the previous time this was heard, which is that if you look on the tax map, you see that this parcel has a lot more on it than most of the other parcels in the neighborhood. There's just a lot more going on that constrains the site.
Yeah.
And I did visit the neighborhood this week again. I looked at the two examples that the applicant provided, and I agree there's a small number of garages that are taller, that are more similar in height to the applicant's garage, but neither of them are 0 feet from the alleyway. Neither of them are on a lot that's so crammed full of other buildings and constraints. And part of the application here is not just the zero lot line, it's also the proximity to the house. And, normally that's not such a big deal for us in the abstract, but I think one of the effects of the overall scheme of zoning is that when you have setbacks between buildings and you have setbacks from the lot lines, you don't have a lot that's totally covered with lots of little stuff. And then in addition, on the height, I think what I was getting at with my questions to the architect, and I agree that ordinarily we don't look at height as much, although we do sometimes, even staff includes that in their analysis, but sometimes they don't. But, you know, I have a garage on an alley in the back of my house that, and in fact, yesterday, for the first time in 26 years, I got a car, another car, a new car, right? And a lot of my effort was measuring cars to figure out the 10% of cars that fit in my 18-foot long garage. And so I appreciate that that's a struggle to make it work. You know, I absolutely agree that that's a constraint, and most cars I can't buy because they won't fit in my garage. And having a garage is valuable, but this is not just a garage. This is a garage plus some storage space. Yeah. And the storage space is bothering the neighbor. And why do we need storage space with a 0 lot line and 4 feet from the house? So there's a lot going on here. So I think there's so much going on here. We have the application after this was denied, and after the denial, they came back, they refiled, they have took another go at it, and I don't see why it has to be a deferral. There's no prohibition on further applications.
That's exactly right. Ms. Malice.
So it's my view, we have a motion on the table. We should vote on the motion.
Yep.
If the motion
That's
fails.
calling the question.
If the motion fails, then we have
Yep.
the opportunity to create another motion.
Yep. All right. No further discussion of the motion to approve what a staff has recommended. It's been moved and seconded. Moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Freshman. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? I'll oppose it. So by 4-1, that motion passes and this matter is resolved. Of course, should you not wish to build this, you can come back later with another new application entirely. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11516-19-UP-2 is a use
And
permit
Mr.
request
Renz, would you fill out a speaker slip? Okay, thank you.
by Jason and Susan Ham. The owners permit a rear setback of 1 foot to the wall and eave of a detached accessory building by garage instead of 10 feet is required from the rear property line, and to permit a separation of 4.3 feet between a main building and accessory building, 0.3 feet from the eave instead of 8 feet between the building, 4 feet building and eave as required regarding a proposed accessory building on a corner lot in the R5 zoning district on the premise known as 1038 17th Street South. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions, and I'd ask you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
What is the nature of the supplemental material?
It is, we have 2 letters, one from an adjacent neighbor and one from the applicant's agent.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Any other questions of staff?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So I would just note on the application, the part where there's a designation of owner, occupant, or contract owner is not checked. So just for clarification, I wanted to bring that to staff's attention.
What section of the application is problematic?
So it is the top right of the application itself, where there's little checks.
Oh, it's not in, yeah, I got you. That area, I'll ask the Hams with respect to that, whether they're the occupant, owner, or contract owner. Thank you very much.
Okay.
This is the speaker slip for the garage.
Yeah, thanks. Perfect. Okay. Any other questions of staff?
Mr. Chair.
Property?
I have one more.
Go ahead.
So it seemed to me in reading this that there were many differing measurements of what was going on, but can the staff confirm that in the staff report these are the actual measurements that are being asked? It just seemed like all the different things that we looked at had many different measurements, but does the staff have any comment on that?
Yeah, we had a number of different iterations and versions, and what is in the staff report is, my understanding, last version and request of the applicants at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, how has this changed? I remember it was
Just change sides.
I beg your pardon?
I think it changed sides.
So it's not an L-shaped structure anymore?
It's on the other side.
Oh, it's on the other side of the property, okay.
No.
Well, let me try to understand this application.
I think we should probably call the applicant to
Okay.
come up to
Okay,
talk about the
well, that's
changes
better
since the
yet.
last hearing.
Let's hear from either Jason or Susan Ham. Welcome.
Thank you.
This is the bicycle shed that was
Correct.
L-shaped in the back left corner, I think I recall initially.
Correct. So I'm Jason Ham, and you were asking before for clarification. I am the owner and occupant.
Okay. Okay. So on the application, that there was a box to check, and it just wasn't checked. So if you do that before leaving tonight. Now, how has this changed?
So there is a detailed submission that's part of the staff package that explains. I mean, if I could back up for a second, if I may. This is now the third time this issue has come before the board, and the last time in December, the board acknowledged and expressed significant appreciation for all the work that we've done over the last several months to canvass the neighborhood and secure approvals from all the different neighbors and provide those approvals and photographs of similar structures in the neighborhood. But in December, the board asked us, given the objection remaining from one neighbor, to go back and try and see if we could redesign the shed to accommodate concerns. So in the intervening period, Suzanne Fife, who's my landscape architect, at considerable effort, came up with a total of 5 different options for redesigning and relocating the shed. Those options are detailed in your staff package, as well as the reasons why 4 of them are not feasible for various reasons. The one option that's remaining has the shed in the same location, except smaller. That was communicated to our neighbor and summarily rejected because none of the other options are available. We're coming back before the board. Given the staff recommendation to approve this proposal, we're coming back to the board to respectfully request your consideration of this revised design that is in the same location but is smaller in the interest of compromise. Would you like me to finish my statement, or does that
Keep
just
going.
answer your question?
If you're not finished, please.
So I want to be very clear about what this entails. As you can see from the designs in the package, what this involves, as you can see on the photograph as well, is removing sections of 6-foot-tall fence between the 2 properties and replacing it with a structure that is 6 feet tall. So there will be no visible change from the perspective of the neighbor's property. Furthermore, there will be no impact to light or airflow from the construction of this shed, which was one of the neighbor's primary complaints. And because, as designed, the roof slopes towards our property, and also we discussed at length in December the debate over drainage issues and the fact that we had 3 independent contractors come in and assess that any drainage issues that are evident on the neighbor's property are not due to our home. We see no possibility that this structure would contribute to the drainage issues that the neighbor is claiming to have. And those are the only concerns that have been raised by our neighbor, is the light and airflow and the water drainage issues. So these aren't just my views. I mean, these views have been validated by your staff, who have assessed that the proposal will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to the property in the neighborhood. And the staff recommended approval of the proposal with conditions, and we agree to those conditions. In conclusion, I'd just like to remind the board, if I may, why we're trying so hard for this and why we're here for a third time. We sincerely want to adhere to the car-free lifestyle that Arlington County promotes. We're a family of cyclists. My wife and I commute to work on bikes. I'm a triathlete. I have extra racing bikes. My wife is starting the sport. She has racing bikes. I have 2 kids with bikes. Right now, the bikes are stored in the basement. Lugging steel bicycles up 2 flights of stairs to go to the supermarket with my daughter is a deterrent to doing that. We think this proposal serves as a solution that provides an attractive structure that is entirely consistent with the size and placement of similar structures throughout the neighborhood, and that has no detrimental impacts to anyone, as proven, as I explained, and as assessed by your staff.
Questions? Mr. Melnick?
Yes, so I was looking at the diagrams, and I see one of the things that's being requested is a separation of 4.3 feet between the main building and the accessory building. But on the diagrams, does it show that measurement? Because I was looking for it and I couldn't find it. But what part of the house or shed is that? I mean, it looks, maybe, I see 3.6, those measurements. But I didn't see it. I didn't know if I'm missing it.
Is that on here? Okay.
The back porch.
So this is Suzanne Fife. She's the landscape architect who was responsible for the designs.
Yeah. What was the question?
So
After you finish, Ms. Fife, if you would add a speaker slip. Go ahead.
I just want to say that we had a lot of different options to put the.
Oh, wait, can you address that,
Right, yeah.
Mr.
No, I was
Melnick's question
introducing you
with
to
respect to
answer
the
that
distance?
Yeah, so...
Where's,
The question is?
Oh, so the 4.3 feet, because a lot of times, especially when this is a request, there is like a measurement from the house to the accessory building, just showing where that measurement is. It seems, I think I know where the closest point is, but there's no line. Is it just on the corner of the porch to the edge of the shed? Is that the 4.3 foot area?
you're requesting a 4.3 separation, and we're trying to identify at what point that is.
Because it's not on this drawing.
Is that this one?
Yeah.
I don't understand the question.
This is
Sorry.
L1.
You're requesting a separation from the accessory building to the main building of
Right.
4.3 feet. 4.3 feet. Where is that measurement on the taken?
It must be the 3.6. It's actually less.
Well, that's a problem.
Well, that's more of a problem
That's a problem
For the people that are working
for the
around.
applicant.
for you.
4.3 is further away. That's greater separation. Should be 8, but 3.6 is less than 4.
And it's not what you
Whatever.
asked for.
Right.
So you would not be able to, we would not be able to grant that.
Do you see this L1, this elevation?
Yes.
We don't see 4.3 on here. What we see is 3.6, and, from the edge of it looks like the stoop on the back, that would be 2.6, or 6.6 if you go from the wall.
Mr. Chairman, this is sounding like a staff question.
Well, staff didn't draw this.
The applicant did.
Staff approved it, so. maybe
Yeah,
they can
where did you
explain.
get 4.3, Mr. Rissy, then?
I'm seeing the same 3.6 that you guys do in this version now. I can't say that we didn't have 4.3 in one of the versions when we were writing the application.
I gotcha.
but That's what we have in the application.
Do you understand that this is an important measurement? It's what you're requesting a relief from.
Well, I mean, it was advertised at 4.3, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, that's what we could grant, but
It's not what your drawing says.
your drawing says,
3.6.
yeah, less. You want more than what was advertised. That's what this drawing says. I don't know.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Melnick.
Also, the resolution says, it says the applicants agree that the structure shall be constructed in accordance with the footprint shown on the survey. And the survey, does show the 3.6. So unless that's an error, because how can we pass this resolution referring to a survey, if the survey isn't right? See, that's the.
Do you also see the problem, Mr. Ham?
I do now.
Thank you.
What is 4.3 feet? 4 feet?
We would
3
happily
inches?
entertain a deferral if there was going to be, well, I don't know. This is a
Mr.
problem
Chairman?
that a deferral I don't think solves.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen.
I'll just say, I'm prepared to vote for an approval of the staff recommendation
But they have to
with
build
a
it that way.
caveat that the 4.3 supersedes what's on the plat.
Well, don't we need a plot to show what the new structure is
I
going to
don't
look
think
like?
we need a plat. I mean, we almost always have a plat.
Well, I mean,
That means
we're
they
required to
can't
have a
build what they're
drawing of what's to
asking
be
for.
built. And it should show the placement on the lot.
I mean, I would, I'm not saying there's support by anyone else on the board, right? But I would support something that says, provided, however, that there shall not be less than 4.3.
Right.
Right?
So you're going to have to build, what's coming down to is if we approve
what's advertised.
You can't build what's on that drawing.
So if we reduce the thickness, the depth of the shed by the difference between 4.3 and 3.6, 3 feet 6 inches, because it's, I can't do the math fast enough. What
I
is-
It's
know where you're,
about 3/4 of a foot at the closest point to the main structure.
well, and that takes the width on that corner down to 2, I think it's closer to 9 inches, but
I don't.
2 and change for the width on this.
Yeah, I think it might be possible to do it by just clipping a piece of it by 3/4 of a foot.
Yeah, I mean, that makes it very narrow. That 3.6 becomes 2'9" roughly inches.
But the bulk of the rest of the structure could stay intact.
True.
So we'd be happy with an additional condition based attached to this, in which we submit revised drawings following the approval.
Well, I mean, what could be approved is a structure that is 4.3 feet from the house, and that would but the outside wall still has to be 1 foot, 1 foot, and L-shaped in this corner of the property, but it's going to reduce the width of that.
I'm having a little trouble doing this theoretically.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Mr. Chairman?
there should be a drawing that shows what is to be built. That's a requirement.
I agree.
Because it says, you're going to build what's. Yeah.
I think the confusion came between using feet and inches and using the decimal system. So it should be 1 foot from the property line and then 3.7 thickness of the house. Does
I
that
think
make
this is
sense?
that's going to be a greater problem, because really what we need is a drawing that reflects what is
You're
to be
asking
built.
for.
You can get 4.3, but we're going to have to
Mr. Chairman,
alter this drawing. Mr. Owen?
just for the sake of argument, I don't know if I'll get a second on this. I'm going to make a motion.
We have a speaker, though.
Oh,
I'm
all
going
right.
to entertain the
I'll hear the
speaker after this.
Do that.
I'm not sure how the error happened, but it's not what you're asking. It's not, your drawing doesn't match what you're asking for.
The thickness of the building would be 2.7 and the space would be 4.3. So
That's a problem. Okay, let's we're not going to redesign this right now. Let's hear from the speaker, who is the neighbor. Mr. Ham is, I'm sure, spoken with about this. That would be Miss Lahat at 1034 South 17th Street. Help me with the pronunciation.
Leah Gatt. Leah Gatt.
Leah Gatt. Thank you.
Thank you for trying.
And if you would just repeat your address.
Oh, yes. Have you received my email along with the different alternatives that I have mentioned?
I didn't understand that because I'm
Have
hard of
you-
hearing.
Have you received my email along with the alternatives that I have mentioned?
It's attached.
Yes, we did.
Okay. After the first session, I reached out to the Hams and I offered several alternatives that would work for both of us. And they have reviewed those alternatives. And it seems to me from the report that alternative A for the shed that faces the Kent Street actually gives them more accessibility and more space. In addition, I support this alternative because right now the current design that they have put is actually the original one. The only thing that has changed is that they have given up the space from the end of their building. In the previous design, the L shape, the side of the L along my border was longer. So they have just cut down on that. But this does not resolve the issue that I had with this L shape. Where their structure ends to the rear fence is 10 feet. That is the only airflow that I have right now to help dry my yard. The whole if they put the L shape in there, the whole length of my border with them is going to cover with structure. And that is what is going to add to the current problem that I have with the excessive moisture. And so this other alternative, that alternative A, it's called, in their in the design that they have put in, the only
Go ahead, you can finish your remarks.
The only reason that the Hams are objecting to that is that it just doesn't look good. Or one neighbor has protested, has expressed the problem with that. But the thing is that comparing that, something not looking good, that is comparing luxury to necessity. For me, getting that airflow is a necessity.
Okay.
There is nothing, I need that. The problem will be more.
That means wrap it up.
Okay, the problem will be more if this is approved. The other one doesn't hurt them.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman, I have a
Mr. Owen.
question of the speaker. Question.
Go ahead, hold on. We have a question of the speaker.
The fence that's between the properties right now, the fence that's there, is that your fence or is that their fence?
It's their fence.
Okay. And you heard perhaps earlier that their current proposal is to have the shed be the same height that the fence is right now.
Right.
Earlier, they were proposing taller than that.
Right.
But their view is there's already a fence that blocks the air and that blocks the view. And so if they have lowered their shed on your side to the height of the fence, it would be no change for you. How do you respond to that?
Goes back to what it was before. I had a short metal fence air going through it. Mm-hmm. When they rebuilt their house, they took those fences off and they put the wooden one. And that would not have been a problem if the rest of the structure was not so high and so wide. Mm-hmm. But now part of the fence, part of the fence is has
Lattice.
air through.
Lattice. It's called lattice. The cross.
Lattice, L-A-T-T-I-C-E,
Yes,
lattice.
the air goes
yeah.
through. A part of it, there is a space for the. So anyway, that fence is not an ideal thing, but there is a difference between something this thick and then something this wide, this depth that prevent it. It's a structure. It's not just a fence. Fence can come down or something. So
Okay.
that is the main problem that it will increase. It will add to the problem that I have right now.
Can I ask you another question?
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
If the fence, if they took down the fence, there's a tree in the middle of the fence, right?
Can we get that
where
picture
their
up
building
again?
end, where their building.
This
ends.
is this the fence here in this photo?
Yes, yes.
So is the tree in the middle of the fence, or is the tree on one side of the
The tree is beyond is after their project.
Okay. So do you like that fence, or do you wish the fence was torn down?
Well, it is their fence, so I
Yeah.
respect their decision on that. But the thing is that
Well, you said earlier there was a smaller fence some years ago, right?
it's behind it. It's in my yard.
Yeah.
It is
a
still
small
there.
cyclone fence?
But if
Yeah,
I'm
a
j-
metal fence like a chicken wire.
But back to Mr. Owen's question. You don't like the way that looks, do you?
Well, I don't want to lead the witness. There was some discussion earlier that they might. What if they took down the fence? I'm not saying that. We all agree that's their decision, right?
Right.
But if they decided to take down that fence, would you be happy or sad?
If there is no structure behind it,
Right.
I would be glad because I will get more air in there.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
But their idea is that to build on that fence.
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Any questions of the applicant? Okay, we're back, Mr. Ham, to the issue of the problem with the drawings that have been submitted. And I guess if you needed something different, you'd have to re-advertise it anyway.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen.
I want to try and make a motion, and if it doesn't get a second, it doesn't get a second.
Okay.
I want to try and make a motion. If it doesn't get a second, it doesn't get a second, but I
I'll
want
try it.
to
We'll take it.
see what happens. I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11516-19-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed, with an additional sentence on condition number 1 that says, provided, however, that no portion of the structure/addition closer than 4.3 feet to the main building may be constructed. So this would modify the commandment to build according to the plat and say, build according to the plat minus what is closer than 4.3 feet to the main building.
Go ahead, Ms. Malice, because I think this needs clarity.
It hasn't gotten a second
It
yet.
hasn't gotten a second yet.
Well, okay, is there a second?
But, you
Well,
know,
we can't have a discussion until there is.
Okay, I'll second it for purposes of discussion.
Okay, Ms.
So-
Malice.
I'd like you to restate your motion.
My motion is the staff recommendation with an additional sentence on condition number 1. Condition number 1 is the condition that commands them to build according to the plat. So I'm modifying the commandment to build according to the plat with this additional sentence. Provided, however, that no portion of the structure/addition closer than 4.3 feet to the main building may be constructed.
So may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Ms. Malice.
Does that require that they build according to the plat or not?
Except
they cannot build according to any part of the plat that contradicts the 4.3.
But so
their envelope is the plat envelope, and they have to subtract from it the 4.3 feet.
But it has to look like what they've submitted and be in the place.
It has to be,
on
everything has to be the same except that.
Yep.
So can we not visualize that?
I mean, they could chop it off. They
They're
could
gonna have
chop
to.
off part of the L.
They're going to have to. It's going to have to go to about 2.7 2'7" versus 3'6".
Well, there's trigonometry involved, so you're at an angle as opposed to, it's not orthogonal distance, but
Can I just ask?
they could slice off from the left until they reach 4.3 and then start building there.
Oh, yeah, no, they could cut a corner off. It wouldn't have to be a right angle. That's right.
Yep.
And it could be that width of 3'6". Go ahead, Ms. Freshman.
I would just like to ask staff how you react to this suggestion, only because in a whole lot of years that I've been doing this, I mean, I've seen a lot of suggested changes that where in every case that I can recall, a required drawing was part of the deal. And it feels a little bit like business on a cocktail napkin to me, to come up with something that says, there's a plat here, but you can't actually use the plat. You have to change it. And I understand, I think, where Mr. Owen is going. I just feel like it's incomplete at least, and sloppy, maybe, to just say, well, because it's gone on and on and on, we sort of want to address this, so we'll let it go as long as we can put a new number in there and trust that everybody will be able to figure it all out and come up with a retroactive drawing. You see where I'm going.
Well, that's where my problem is with it too also, Ms. Freshman. I'd just as soon see them come back with a new drawing that shows 4.3 and
Or some other number.
and then and that would mean it wouldn't have to be re-advertised with a new number. It's merely coming back with a new drawing.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Melnick.
So I think that's a very innovative idea, and I'm, it's very, different to me too. And I would ask Mr. Vizzi, if I could, is there any problem from like enforcement or the staff position? Like, is there something, that's not been considered here where, a plat showing what it is actually required? Like, do you have any reaction to not having what we're talking about on the plans?
I don't think that it will impact the enforceability. I think that we can enforce the motion as it's been made.
Okay. And one more thing. If I could, a point of clarification. From my personal perspective, what you're talking about, since we're modifying what it's saying about the plat, could we make it all a part of one sentence? Is that what you had intended? Because I think that'd be clearer.
I'd ask unanimous consent to change the period to a semicolon.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I think that works.
Well, I don't object to that. A Faulknerian sentence.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Malice, then Ms. Freshman. Okay.
I regret that this misunderstanding about dimensions has taken place, but I don't feel that I can proceed with this motion to approve.
Yeah, I'd like to see a new drawing myself, personally. Well, actually, this is my last meeting of the BZA, so
Let's vote.
I won't have the opportunity to see another
for you.
drawing.
Let's vote.
I forgot, but I'm just speaking.
Sure.
Let's vote. Let's vote.
Okay, a motion's been made and duly seconded. This discussion is closed. I see you raising your hand, Ms. Fife, but we've closed discussion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
No. I think that was a 3-2 no.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals defer this item to the March meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Owen and seconded by Ms. Malice to defer this matter. For what purpose, Mr. Owen?
To provide new drawings or a new advertisement for a different distance.
And you understand our conundrum, Mr. Ham, don't you? Ms.
do.
Fife, now I'll take your question.
Well, I just want to know if the board would like it in feet and inches or in decimal points, because
It doesn't, that doesn't matter.
We have it in
Staff
both.
can handle it either way. They're very adept.
You
Just
two
needs to be the same on the plat as the
have to be talking
advertisement.
the same language.
Yep. Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Owen and seconded by Ms. Malice to defer this matter to the March meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thank you. So sorry, Mr. Ham. I would say I'll see you again, but my term ends on March 7th. After 20 years, I won't have the opportunity.
His sentence is up.
My sentence is up. I'm being paroled. Thank you. Please, I'm being pardoned. Yes, I'm being pardoned. Please call the next case.
Case
Ms.
number-
Lahat, you understand? They have to come back with a new drawing on in March.
Yes, it is.
Okay, next case.
Case number V-11520-19-VA-2 is a variance by Dennis Hamilton, the owner, for after-the-fact approval to permit a setback of 1.3 feet to the wall, 1 foot to the eave instead of 8 feet to the wall, 5 feet to the eave, as required from the interior property line, and to permit a setback of 9.5 feet to the wall, 8.5 feet instead of 10 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the eave as required. Regarding after-the-fact approval of a detached garage in the R8818 zoning district on the premise known as 2620 Lee Highway. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the variance request with conditions.
Let's see here.
What's the case?
Yeah, what case are we on? It's not 16.
V-11520-19-VA-2. I do believe that V-11519-19-UP-1 was dispatched with the group motion.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So 11520, Ms. McNeil.
All right, we got our first skip.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll give you time.
Yes.
You can call the case, Mr. Rissy. Oh, you just did.
You did. I have some questions for staff.
Questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Why is this variance being sought with respect to the side setback, considering that the staff report statement that the side setback was the subject of an erroneous zoning approval more than 60 days ago?
I would just say that it's staff's normal position to put what the requested setback is and what the required is. I do think that it is something that was missed by staff and more than 60 days passed, so I do think it is something that's set, but I still think it's important to identify what's being requested and what the requirement should be. I don't know if that's it.
So as to the side setback, it's not required. They could remove so what I understand from your answer then is that if they chopped off the south side, the rear side to be compliant, they could keep what they had on the right side because of the building permit approval.
Correct.
And not need a variance.
Correct.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Is that it, Mr. Owen?
Oh, no, I have many more.
could I just comment on this
Go ahead, Ms.
particular
Malice.
one? I'm not comfortable granting a variance on something that, after the fact, because I might not agree with the variance. So you're looking for a positive. What if we vote no on the variance? It has no material effect.
If you vote no on that portion of the variance, I would say it does have no material effect.
So I think that part should just be excluded.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Malik?
Okay, I would just note, just prior to, getting fully into the case, that under the proposal, that it actually mentions the criteria for a use permit instead of a variance. Just so it's clear. So, just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know where what Mr. Melnick is referring to.
Oh, it's under proposed resolution.
On page 4?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see. So it's not a zoning styled. It's not a variance styled.
Exactly.
It's a use permit style.
Yeah. So that just needs to be replaced with variance language.
All right. Well, that goes on the list.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Owen.
Could this landowner apply for a rezoning of this parcel to an R zoning category and thereby become eligible for a use permit?
They can make an application, yes.
And this property is glupped for low-density residential.
Correct.
So aren't they entitled to a rezoning to R?
That is not for me to decide, and I will not answer.
Okay.
Let me follow up with that. So would the zoning administrator or the county board have to approve that?
County board would have to approve any rezoning.
That's what I
and
thought.
they
Go
are
ahead.
hesitant to do
Go ahead.
spot rezoning for single parcels.
No, they do it all the time. Single parcels come in all the time for rezoning to be in compliance with the GLUP.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
Okay,
site plan
that's what I
process.
thought. Anytime I hear rezoning, I'm thinking county board approval. Listen, that's what we say at the beginning. That's what the code says. But go ahead, Mr. Owen, next.
The main justification for this variance is an analogy for a use permit process. Does staff have any analysis that the BZA, does staff have it's sort of an odd analogy to what Mr. Mullen discovered in the motion. Do you have an analysis for us on the use permit criteria that we would apply if the use permit were allowed in this zoning category?
The only analysis we have is the one that has been submitted as part of the staff report.
Okay. Staff's analysis seems to be that a variance is warranted when a property meets the following 4 criteria. When it's used as a single-family residence, when it's glupped for low-density residential, when it's zoned for something other than single-family, and the zoning category on the parcel does not allow setback relief through the BZA use permit process. Did I correctly state the staff's analysis?
I'll accept the summary.
Okay. Does staff believe that it's a legal hardship to be zoned for an apartment in a low-density glup area?
Staff would say that a case could be made for that.
Okay. Does staff believe that the enumeration of the 6 zoning categories in Arlington County Zoning Ordinance 5-6-6-A is inherently unreasonable? Just for your aid, 566A is the one that lists the 6 zoning categories that use permits are allowed in. Is that, I think I know the answer is, I think this is a leading question, right? But do you think that that is unreasonable to have only those 6 listed?
I am unprepared to answer that question at this time.
Okay. Do you know how many parcels in Arlington meet the 4 criteria that provisionally we say are the basis of the staff analysis? Do you know how many parcels in Arlington are used as a single-family residence and glupped for low-density residential and zoned for something other than single-family and in the zoning category that does not allow use permit?
I do not.
Okay. The staff report does not provide any analysis as to how general or recurring as to allow general regulation other than an assertion that it is not general or recurring. Can you provide any further elaboration as to the prevalence of this condition in Arlington?
Not at this time.
Okay. I'll pause for now.
Any other questions of staff?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Ms. Malice.
under this zoning category, something other than a single-family home could be built.
Correct.
Is it actually possible, given the lot size and constraints, to build something, a multifamily?
The lot is undersized for the other types of building structures in this zoning district. The property had previously received a variance actually to build a multifamily dwelling unit on this property from the Board of Zoning Appeals. However, it wasn't acted upon.
Okay, so one,
Let me just follow up, because it's substandard in area.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
well, now so.
They couldn't build a multifamily because it has to have 8,000 square feet?
But they got a variance to do it.
Prior, in 73.
They just didn't build it. So is that variance in force?
No.
Because,
Because of 1 year lapse, they didn't, break ground or do anything.
It wasn't put into effect within 1 year after its
Okay.
approval.
But doesn't variance go with the, does the?
Once
go-
it is vested,
once
and
it's
this was never
Yes.
vested.
Okay, and vested means it's built.
Vested
Or-
means
Yeah. So
They take some action.
now in this case, if we approve a variance and it's vested, then a multifamily units could be built on this site, or they'd have to come in for another variance?
this has nothing to do with multifamily units.
Because we're changing the variance, I'm trying to figure out once we change the variance, it has nothing to do with the zoning category. It just goes with the land, right?
But this variance is only for an accessory structure.
It is for a reduced setback for an existing accessory structure. The other variance from the 70s is null and void and has no effect.
And the zoning error, is that in effect going forward?
The zoning permit approval is in effect as the structure was partially built in accordance with it.
Okay, so we know it has different setbacks allowed than already. And if, okay, all right. I was just trying to establish what rights are being created here that might go further to a multifamily. But if a multifamily cannot be built without a variance, then those rights really are immaterial. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Melnick?
Just so I can be totally clear. So what you're saying that this part about the 1.3 feet, that, was erroneously approved. So if we did nothing on that, would it be fine? It's legal?
I believe so.
Yeah, so really what the issue is only, the back, what is it, the 9.5 feet. So that's really the only issue.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions of staff? How about hearing from Dennis Hamilton first? The applicant.
Thank you.
So that was a lot of discussion prior to your coming up. Hopefully it didn't confuse you. If you have a presentation, be happy to hear it. If you
Just an explanation. I'm actually Harlan Hadley. I'm representing Dennis Hamilton.
Okay,
Here.
fine. I've got your speaker
I
slip.
prepared the submission package for this variance. I thought I'd just explain how it happened, that the building got built too close to the property line on one side.
Can you, before you do that, can you raise the podium so that the microphone, that might help a bit, but the whole podium
Sorry.
elevates. There's a button on the right-hand side. There you go.
Pretty
It's
fancy,
not,
huh?
no, it's not modern or fancy. It's about 20, I don't know, when they built this room 20 years ago or so.
That better?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I really just wanted to explain how this happened. Drawings were done for the building, and it was submitted. It was legal, was the right square footage and the right height, but it was built too close to one property line because the contractor measured to an existing fence. That was not on the property line. The property line was in front of that. So it wound up with the building. He planned to build the building wall 11 feet from the property line, so it would be 10 feet to the eave. He thought that was right, but it turned out to be 18 inches wrong. So we wound up, instead of 10 feet from the property line to the building wall, we wound up with 9'6". Now, it's been that way since 2011, and no one's complained about it. We got letters from the neighbors saying that we could go ahead and do it, leave it the way it is, and if we get a variance from Arlington. Fixing it would be very difficult. The wall in question is a load-bearing wall. If we move it back, it's a lot of trouble. I mean, a real hardship. And it would destroy the look of the garage from the street, not that wall, but the walls to the left. Actually, what this shows is the 1 foot other, there we are. So right now it's pretty handsome building, simple, but in order to make this comply, we would have to cut the left-hand long wall off and build a new one. And it is a load-bearing wall carrying both the roof and also the loft floor. So it would be a real hardship to change it. That's all I have. Any questions?
Not right now.
Not at this point. Thank you very much. You might not want to go far, though.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Owen?
It's Mr.
Hadley.
Hadley?
Hadley.
Are you an attorney?
No, I'm an architect.
Okay, thank you.
Any, okay, next, we have a speaker signed up to speak against the matter, Christy M. Pino. Welcome. Please come to the podium and give us your address.
I'm the owner of the property at 2624 Lee Highway.
Okay.
Next door to 2620. And I was told in the letter that the setback of 1.3 feet to the wall instead of 8 feet to the wall applies to the line between the garage and my property. If that's wrong, tell me, but I think I confirmed that with the county over the phone last week.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr.
Can we just get that again clarified? There's two adjacent parcels here.
There's two adjacent properties.
One is 2624 and one is 1812. And one of them is next to the erroneously issued but now valid building permit. And the other is at issue. Which one is adjacent to the erroneously issued but now valid building permit?
2624 Lee Highway.
Okay.
That's hers.
Okay.
There's no issue there.
This is an old project. I contacted the county back in 2011 due to concern about the size of the project and the proximity to my property line. I was told at that time that the plans all met county requirements, and I Googled zoning restrictions, and it looked like, and even today when I Googled, I probably Googled the wrong place, but it said it's 1 foot. So I really had no grounds to object at that point. If in fact it is 8 feet, do the plans show 8 feet? I was told his plans met all zoning requirements. If not, how were they approved? Where were the inspectors when the garage was under construction and for the last several years? And why was I never notified that the actual construction did not meet the plans or that the construction did not meet zoning? I was made aware a few years ago that the garage had been built also too close to Mr. Kelly's home, and I think you have a letter from him. You have a letter from me, and you should have attached pictures. So just lastly, the garage negatively impacts my property. It towers over my backyard, as you can see from one of the photographs, and it has 2 windows peering down into my yard from the 2nd floor. To me, it's an eyesore due to its size, its proximity to the neighbors, and also some maintenance issues. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Malice, go ahead.
So, ma'am, just your correspondence with the county was in 2011? Is that
My
what you said?
initial phone call, I still have an email from it, so the construction was already beginning.
Okay, because it says in our staff report, the accessory building was built in 2012. So is that when it was completed? Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen?
Is that the end of the speakers?
That is the end of our
I have an
speakers
additional
list.
question for staff, if I may. One of the criteria under zoning is that granting the variance, under variance, one of our requirements to grant a variance is that granting the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property and nearby properties in proximity to that geographic area. Could you elaborate on staff's analysis of that prong of the variance criteria?
I cannot at this time.
Because what I see in the staff report is a recitation. The granting of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property owners as the structure has been in existence at the present location since 2012. And there have been no reported complaints from one-family residences in the vicinity concerning the accessory building or its placement. So that sentence is a little curious because it says there have been no complaints from one-family residences, perhaps implying that there were complaints, but not from one-family residences. But in fact, the staff report itself, later on the next page, says that there are 2 letters expressing concerns. So the staff's analysis in the written report, it seems solely based on the lack of complaints. That is contradicted by the staff's own report on the next page. So I found that difficult to reconcile.
Mr. Chairman?
If I might try and clarify, my understanding is the first portion that you were mentioning was in reference to since 2011 or 12 when the structure was built. The 2 letters that are attached to the package were submitted as a part of this application.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I took it too, that during this interval, there weren't any complaints, but now that there was a posting that now there are some people saying, like Ms. Pino, Ms. Malice.
So Ms. Pino said she had complaints back then.
They had, what the staff reported was that there was no record of complaints.
It's entirely possible that we weren't able to
she
find
an email.
a record of an email from 2011 doing.
I don't think Mr. Rissy was here, though.
Right. But the county was.
Yeah, the county certainly was. Someone was. I was. I never got it. But this never came before the BZA, though. Anything else?
Great.
Well, I'd be happy to take a motion.
If I could, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Melnick?
I have a bit more discussion.
Okay.
So what I'm having a hard time squaring the unreasonably restrict utilization or hardship, because the hardship, let's see, so let's see, I'm trying to find the language here. Basically, what is being stated is, that so the hardship is due to a physical condition relating to the property or improvements thereon which existed upon the effective date of the zoning ordinance. And, so this garage was not there, on the effective date in this particular location. And then as far as like relating to the property, it's a rather regular lot. And I understand about it not being susceptible to having a use permit, but whether that's really a hardship. So, and unreasonably restrict, I don't think we're unreasonably restricting, but I think the hardship is just the fact that there was an error, with this wall. And so, is that a hardship within the variance? So it's almost as if, and we've had cases like this before, where it seems like something ought to be done, but it doesn't quite fit in the variance, kind of like some other cases we've had, like the golf course case or just some other case we've had. And, that's the problem that I'm seeing here, trying to fit this into a variance analysis.
Well, I say, just to kind of reply for sake of discussion, I see the hardship as the government had granted permission to build, erroneously, but they did. And then it was built. And the government had 60 days to say, oops, we made a mistake, and to take that granting back. They didn't. So then it was built according to the plan and the approvals, and now the government is saying that, well, and now the government would be in a position of taking that, what they gave, back And that taking is based on their error, based on the government's error. So the government had a period to correct, they didn't. Now it would constitute a taking of, and that's an extreme hardship to take someone's property, in effect, make them make a correction that that should have been noted 7 years, 10 months earlier.
Well,
Mr.
Mr. Chair, if I could. So my understanding of this is that the approval was actually for 10 feet. And, and so the error, was the 1.3 feet that was approved, but the approval really was 10 feet, and then it was erroneously about 9.5 feet from the rear line. So, it's, so that the part about the 9.5, that actually went against the approval. You see what I mean? It went against the building permit.
Right. That wasn't a staff error. That was a building error.
Mr. Chairman?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but the overall approval was, when it was built, it was approved.
Mr. Chairman?
Mm-hmm.
May I ask a follow-up on that same point? After the building permit, were there any other permits or approvals formally issued by the county as to this structure, such as a certificate of occupancy?
I'm not aware of any at this time.
And would one ordinarily be, would a C of O ordinarily be required for a structure like this?
I don't believe it would, as it's an accessory building.
All right. So then my understanding is the county erroneously issued a building permit as to the right side neighbor distance, which then became a permanent vested right 60 days later. But the county never issued a building permit permitting the south wall to be where it is. It was just built there, waiting for our complaint-based system
South wall is the same structure?
Waiting for our complaint-based enforcement system to discover it, which frequently happens years later.
They didn't approve one wall.
They approved 4 walls.
Yes.
3 of which were correct, and 2 of which were built correctly. 2 were built wrong. 1 was approved wrong. And we're talking about
the whole structure was approved wrong.
No.
Well, you can't have a partial structure.
They still have a right to build this structure according to the erroneously issued building permit, but they haven't. They built a different structure than what was approved in the erroneously approved building permit.
Well, yes, that's true.
And if you want to make a latches argument, you can, but that would
apply to
tread
the
new
government.
ground. Yeah.
Latches doesn't apply to the government. But, I think they'd have a tough time. I think the circuit would see it as a structure with 4 walls. Yes, they made an error on a wall, but the county made an error on a wall, and it's a whole structure. It's not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if someone tries to build a structure like this and they get a building permit and they build it on a completely different side of the property, the county may never notice. And the county might not notice for 10 years. And when the county finally notices, hey, you were supposed to build this on the north side of the property and you built it on the south side of the property, they can come in and enforce. And that's what they've done here. They said you had to build this south wall here according to your now valid building permit. And you didn't build your south wall here. You built your south wall over there.
Are there any utilities to this structure? Is there water to this structure? Is there drainage?
I don't know.
Is there water, Mr. Hamilton? Let me ask. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I was looking at Mr. Is there is there water in this structure? Oh, no water, no drainage, no soil pipe. Okay.
So
I was just thinking of other approvals that would. Well, yeah, I mean it's an interesting question.
Mr. Chairman, so I think
Go ahead, Ms. Malice.
The question that Mr. Melnick was saying was, are the permitted rationales for variance applicable here?
That's my point.
it doesn't appear that this is one of the standard rationales for a variance.
Well, there isn't a standard rationale. I mean,
Well,
there-
and in fact, there's a applicable prohibition, which says if the applicant caused the hardship, we must not grant the variance. And it specifically seemed, my understanding of the reason why that's in the state code is precisely for this kind of situation, where if you make adjustments to your property that creates the hardship, we can't do it. And they built the wall in the wrong place. The county didn't build their wall in the wrong place. The county didn't approve their south wall in the wrong place. That was created by the applicant. So I think we are prohibited from granting this variance. If that's the hardship, and staff doesn't say that's the hardship. Staff has a completely different analysis of what the hardship is. Staff's analysis of the hardship is what I was talking about before, that because this is an RA 18 zoned property in a low density GLUP zone, and they should be, because they're in a low density GLUP zone,
treated like an R6.
they should be
even
treated
though-
like an R6, but they're not zoned R6, and so they're not eligible for use permit, but they don't conduct the use permit analysis,
actually-
they just conduct a zoning analysis.
I think what you started out with earlier is probably the best course, going to the county and asking for a rezoning.
Yeah.
That's the last thing. That's where there is another avenue
Yep.
available, because there is, as much as I tried to fit that camel through that needle, it didn't all the way go. So, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that in case V-11520-19-VA-2, that the BZA deny the variance.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Owen and seconded by Ms. Freshman to deny the variance application in the subject case. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Aye. It's 4-1.
Sorry, who was the second on that motion?
I beg your pardon?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Judy Freshman seconded the motion.
Chair voted no.
Yes. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11522-19-UP-1 is use permit request by Thomas and Shannon Kavanaugh. The owners permit after the fact approval for a left side setback of 4.8 feet to the wall instead of 8 feet is required. To permit a rear setback of 19.5 feet to the wall instead of 25 feet is required. And to permit an aggregate setback of 15.1 feet instead of 18 feet is required in the R6 zoning district regarding after the fact approval replacement of foundation walls without building permit in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 2817 First Road North. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Mr. Chairman, are there any speakers for this item other than the applicant?
No. Questions? Okay. Thomas and/or Shannon Kavanaugh, welcome. You're represented.
I am. Architect.
Skylar Aarons.
Yep. We don't have a speaker slip for you yet.
They're both in.
Oh, it's in the back? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Ms. McNeil was occupied trying to sort through
Been a busy
the
evening.
PowerPoint presentations. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
As always, thank you to the board for the opportunity to hear this case. We reaffirm everything that was previously submitted. I know you folks read into this stuff a little bit before the case, so you have some familiarity with it beforehand. I do know there was a question raised about one neighbor and some outreach. And so I did talk to the owner yesterday about that. And from what I understand, he did reach out to the neighbor there that is a tenant, and the tenant didn't feel comfortable signing the paperwork. So Mr. Kavanaugh did leave it with him and requested that he show it to the owner. As far as I know, we haven't received any feedback on that, but we did try to get some outreach from everybody. Other than that one neighbor.
Which neighbor was that?
Across the street to the right.
820.
Okay.
Mr.
I'd
Chairman.
say they're one of the least affected neighbors, but still it is important. I agree to reach out to the neighbors always. We did get the remaining neighbors going around their signatures. Again, in this case, we're not requesting for anything outside the original footprint. And the neighbors most affected, again, they have signed off. The one wall that did remain is the front wall, which would be adjacent to that neighbor. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. Mr. Owen,
I'm prepared to make a motion.
any further discussion? Any other questions of the applicant? Or Mr. Aaron's, his representative? Hearing none. Oh, go ahead, Mr.
Mr.
Mo-
Chairman, I
Mr.
move
Owen.
that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution on approving use permit V-11522-19-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Malice. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is granted. Thank you.
thank you to the
Please-
board, and you'll be missed, Mr. Chairman. Take care.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Aarons, who appears before us almost monthly. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11523-19-VA-1 is a variance request by Herschel Mendiva, the owner, to permit a total lot coverage percentage of 63.5% instead of 45% as required for one family dwelling without qualifying front porch or rear detached garage regarding a new single-family dwelling on a vacant lot in the R5 zoning district premise known as 1002 South Queen Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution to defer the subject variance request to the March 18, 2020 BZA hearing per the applicant's written request.
Mr. Owen?
Mr. Chairman, the staff recommendations for only a 1-month deferral, but it does not appear that there's any neighbor feedback on this at all. And this is going to be this is a very unusual parcel. And I could easily imagine there being some neighbor surprise at what was happening there. And so I don't know if
1 month is sufficient.
1 month is sufficient to make sure that there's written feedback, positive or negative, from the affected neighbors, which include, in this case, VDOT and Arlington County DES.
And
Is there?
I
the
think
applicant?
that's the applicant's representative. I presume the builder. And there's, no? Okay.
Mr. Chair, the applicant is here and may be
Yes.
able to speak to this, but I can also say that given the request to defer, we did give you an abbreviated package. There's quite a bit more material that will be coming with the full package.
Okay.
Is there-
Let's hear from him then. Mahadeva Harshal.
Thank you very much.
That was close, I know.
It was very close. It was Mahadevia, so very close.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, honorable members of the board and staff, for taking time for reviewing my request today. The request mainly, the request why I was requesting to differ is, being a first time into this process, I did not factor in 1 inch for the finished material. So I requested for 5.1 feet, kind of like as the setback from the side instead of 5 feet. And that's why I wanted to request kind of like a month deferral, kind of like so that it could be advertised correctly as 5 feet instead of 5.1 feet. Pretty much reached out to all my neighbors. I have supplied my signed copies to Mr. Stephen Reese. None of my neighbors have any objections. I've also informed VDOT for my plans for building on the property. Beyond that, beyond my adjacent neighbors, I've also reached out to other people kind of like on my street, and they didn't have any objections as well. All of those papers have already been submitted as well. So hopefully we'll have a lot more information. I'm happy to share any additional context if you need it right now, or kind of like wait for kind of like next month, kind of like to be respectful of the time.
Queen Street, I know where that is.
Mr.
Let me
Chair?
ask Mr. Rissy, that re-advertisement with new dimensions, not going to be a problem, right?
It's already been put together and
Okay.
advertised.
So you're not uncomfortable with 1 month? You think it's going to be fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me, Ms. Malice, you have a question?
I see the discussion about the 5 foot instead of 5'1", but the variance has to do with lot coverage.
Right.
What
There's
is-
an associated use permit for this
That would follow
application
up.
as well.
See,
But-
here it is right here.
No, I'm saying,
Yes, we could have heard the variance tonight and deferred the use permit for a month, but we thought it made sense to defer both together, so they would hear together.
still, is there a coverage issue on this site?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it's not just a matter of 1-inch material?
No. It's a coverage issue. That's the use permit is the side yard setback. The variance is for the
Oh, he
density.
spoke to the use permit? No.
Yeah, he essentially did, and the, notice issues.
So he
with neighbors.
understands there's more of a problem than just 1 inch?
Yes, he understands. He has a variance request in as well.
Okay.
We have Andrew Moore. Are you?
I'm a neighbor, actually.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, I thought this was going to be deferred. But
Well,
I own the house across the street to the left. My father owns the house just off the edge of that picture.
Can you state your address?
My home address is 2804 South 5th Street, but I own the house. I own 1021 South Queen Street. My father owns 1023 South Queen Street. We were in front of this board about 4 years ago to request several variances, not the least of which was lot coverage. And having built those houses, I know that in this neighborhood, it's an older neighborhood. You've got a lot of issues that date back well before 1955. And in many cases, the only way you're going to be able to build a house is coming in front of this board, and I think that's the right process. And you guys were able to let us build across the street, and I think that I think that because of the age of the neighborhood, because of the way it's cut up and the way things are, you're going to have to require some sort of intervention from you guys and some relief, and I support that because I think that it's in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. They're smaller houses, they're smaller lots. The lot that I built on was less than 2,500 square feet, and so I support.
This is the area of the original Freedman's Village in Arlington, which wasn't Arlington then. It was Alexandria. So, that's a historic neighborhood in many, many ways.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So I'll register that, Mr. Moore, as a 4, because you didn't mark the box for or against.
Yes, sir.
So we call you you're agreeing with the applicant. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen.
I would just say, since you're here, similar to, there was one earlier that we approved a variance early in the program. You might remember that there were 2 new conditions that we put on that one because the neighbors were concerned about trees and water runoff, and so we added conditions for trees and water runoff. They had to have a deferral because we hadn't had complete written feedback from all the adjacent neighbors to learn what their specific concerns were so that we could quickly approve it. So that's the same issue that we want to be prepared for with you. Written feedback, even if it's not positive, even if someone says, I have concerns, I wish it wasn't this way, this is the problem I see, having that written feedback from the neighbors makes things go faster for you. So if you think 1 month is enough time to get that written feedback from all your abutting neighbors, that would be helpful. And I know it sounds kind of picky, but your parcel is right on a highway intersection. And so 2 of the adjacent property owners are Arlington County for Columbia Pike and potentially VDOT for Washington Boulevard. And probably they won't respond, but working with staff to make sure you send a letter to the right place, they'll get there's also an official notification that happens that nobody will see. But I would say it would be great if you could also send a letter showing your plans to the state of Virginia and showing your plans to Arlington County just so that we can be sure that they were fully on notice about what you were planning in case there's some kind of interference with the easements that they have or something like that.
Totally makes sense.
You also might want to seek some feedback from the Civic Association if there is one that is even partially active there. And some of the more, like Mr. Moore, some of the older neighbors in that area to support you with the kind of information that Mr. Moore brought forward.
If I may address both those questions, totally makes sense. I think I already, as a part of the application, I have pretty much tried to work on your suggestion. and submit kind of like written kind of like messages from all my neighbors saying they are pretty much in alignment. Great suggestion for the Civic Association. Like, I've been pretty much active with the Civic Association. I've also submitted a letter from the president of the Civic Association saying they don't have any objections. I, in fact, presented twice at the Civic Association with everyone out there, and they're on board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
All
prepared
right.
to make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals defer the application for the variance requested in case of E-11523-19-VA-1 to the March 18th, 2020 BZA hearing per the written request of the applicant.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Freshman to defer this matter.
I ask unanimous consent that, well, no, never mind.
All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, that matter is deferred. Now the use permit.
Case number V-11523-19-EP-1 is use permit request by Herschel Mandaviva. The owner to permit a setback of 19 feet to the wall from the front property line, 18.5 feet to the eve, instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eve as required, 5.1 feet to the wall, 4.6 feet to the eve from the left side property line, instead of 10 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the eve as required, 2.1 feet to the stoop from the and overhang from the left side property line, instead of 6 feet as required, 5.1 feet to the wall from the right side property line, 4.6 feet to the eve, instead of 10 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the eve as required, 2.1 feet to the airway from the right side property line instead of 6 feet as required, 1.6 feet to the screened air conditioning units from right side property line instead of 5 feet to the screened air conditioning units as required, 5.1 feet to the wall, 4.6 feet to the eve from the rear property line instead of 25 feet, 21 feet to the eve as required, 4.2 feet to the stoop from the rear property line instead of 21 feet as required, and an aggregate setback of 10.2 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding a new single-family dwelling on a vacant lot in the R5 zoning district, premise known as 1002 South Queen Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed motion to defer the subject use permit request to the March 18, 2020 BZA hearing per the applicant's written request.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Let's hear it, Mr. Owen.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals defer this application for the use permit requested in case V-11523-19-UP-1 to the March 18th, 2020 BZA hearing per the written request of the applicant.
There's a second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. It's been moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Freshman to defer this matter to the March meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That matter is deferred too. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Please call the next case.
Case number V-11524-19-UP-3 is use permit request by Robert and Kristen Goals, the owners to permit a setback of 5 feet to the wall of an addition, 4.75 feet to the eve from the side property line instead of 8 feet to the wall, 5 feet to the eve is required, regarding rear porch addition to an existing one-family dwelling in the R6 zoning district premise known as 5127th Road North. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. Rissy? Hearing none. Margaret Jones, are you present? You are? Okay, good. Anything to add? Okay.
That's the next
Oh,
case,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair.
What was this?
This is 11524.
Oh, 2-4.
Gross.
I'm sorry. I'd moved on to 2-5. Okay. I'm sorry. Robert and Kristen Groves. Robert and/or Kristen. Anything to add? Oh, you're Kristen. Welcome. Sorry about that. I'm moving ahead.
I mean, we would like to, build this porch off the back of our house. I think the original setback of the house was 5 feet from the property line. And we'd just like to go flush with that.
Mr. Chairman, are there any additional speakers?
There are no speakers signed up to speak.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Mr. Owen.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11524-19-UP-3, subject to the conditions listed in this proposed resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Malice to approve the subject use permit with the conditions described. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. That matter is granted. Thank you and good luck. Next case, please.
Case number V-11525-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Margaret Jones, the owner, to permit a street setback of 13.9 feet to the wall, 12.5 feet to the eaves from the 22nd Street North right-of-way instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eaves as required, and to permit a rear setback of 11.5 feet to the roof eaves from the rear lot line instead of 21 feet as required regarding the front addition and eaves on a second-story addition over non-conforming walls in the R6 zoning district premise known as 4017 22nd Street North. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
question for staff.
Go ahead.
Under the zoning ordinance, how are the front and back of this parcel defined?
That's a very good question.
The front is the line segment fronting on 22nd Street North. The rear is the line segment that is furthest from the front line segment, shared with the 2207 Military Road, as it creates the longest lot depth for the subject property. The front is the portion facing on 22nd Street North. The rear is the lot line shared with 2207 Military Road.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Now, Margaret Jones. These speaker slips, maybe one is an architect or a builder.
Architect.
Okay. It's your pleasure, either your architect or yourself, or Mr. Fuqua? Or, I'm sorry? Oh, okay, so this is Mr. Gadar? Alan?
Nope.
Oh, okay, these are neighbors. Now, that's an architect's handwriting. Michael Wydugian?
Wydugan.
Wydugan.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And I apologize.
That's all right.
Go ahead.
We just hope that you all come to agreement to approve this very modest special use permit request for the overhangs and for the addition in the front yard.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Well, that's it. You don't have anything to add, Ms. Jones?
I don't.
Okay, we have any questions of the architect? None? Or Ms. Jones? Perfect. First, Paul Fuqua will be followed by, and these are individuals who have signed up to speak in favor of the application, and Alan Gajadar will follow. Welcome, Mr. Fuqua.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies. All I can say is I think it's a wonderful idea. That's a neighborhood where people come in with bulldozers, take down houses, and put up trash. What they're doing is they're taking a beautiful little old house. Margaret's doing a lot of work to make it, bringing it up to standard, make it nice, and it'll be there for another 100 years. So I'm totally for it.
Thank you very much. And your address is
40. I'm the next door neighbor. 4011. 4011, yes, 22nd Street.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your coming and staying. The next neighbor, Alan Gajadar.
That's right.
Is that close?
That's right.
Thank you. I think you're being kind, but I'll take it.
So I think it's
your address?
2201 Military.
Thank you.
So I'm also a next door neighbor. I fully support Ms. Jones's approach and plans. My house is very close in design and layout to hers, except it had some kind of process like this some time ago. And it's really nice that she's not going to bulldoze it, just going to retain the existing character, which complements mine. And I definitely support what she's going to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, both of you. That's quite exceptional. No questions of anyone? I'd be happy to take a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen.
I have a question for the applicant.
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is a question that was submitted to you in advance by email, but it's similar to some questions I've asked of other applicants. One of your neighbors expressed concern about tree preservation.
Yes.
there's a big tree on the property line. And I was wondering if you would accept an additional condition regarding measures you would take to preserve the trees on the site, consistent with the representations you made in the application.
Absolutely. I would consider talking to an arborist to see what we would need to do to preserve the tree.
So the proposal that I would make is applicant agrees to take reasonable measures during construction to preserve significant trees on the subject's parcel and adjacent parcels, to obtain written advice of a certified arborist regarding tree preservation measures prior to the issuance of the building permit. Okay, thank you.
That's acceptable?
Yes.
Thank you. I see you nodding, but the record is
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. There's a tape. People refer to it, actually.
Right.
I'm amazed that that happens. But I go back to the days when there weren't any recordings.
Thank you.
Maybe they weren't.
Mr. Owen's
Ms.
going to
Malice?
make a motion, but I just wanted to say, Ms. Jones, you must be a wonderful neighbor to have two of your neighbors come and stay this long.
Yeah. That's greatly appreciated. Mr. Owen?
Mr. Owen, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11525-19-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the proposed resolution, with an additional condition number 4, reading, applicant agrees to take reasonable measures during construction to preserve significant trees on the subject's parcel and adjacent parcels, and, a word I had omitted in an email I sent earlier, to obtain written advice of a certified arborist regarding tree preservation measures prior to the issuance of the building permit.
Second.
I'm going to go with Ms. Malice. I think I heard her first. Thank you. So moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Malice, to approve the subject use permit with the additional condition added to the staff's conditions. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? The ayes have it and the matter is granted. Thank you. Next case, please.
Case number V-11526-19-UP-2 is a use permit request by Bruce L. Robert and Rosalind Albano Robert. The owners to permit a right side setback of 5 feet to an addition from the side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and to permit an aggregate side yard setback of 15 feet instead of 18 feet as required in the R6 zoning district regarding a rear 2-story addition to an existing one-family dwelling in the R6 zoning district, premise known as 6239 22nd Street North. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. Rissy? Hearing none. Bruce L. Robert Jr. and/or Rosalind Albano Robert. Welcome. Must be Bruce.
I'm Bruce, not Rosalind.
You don't look like a junior. You look like a senior, but that's okay.
All right.
Anything to add?
Nothing to add. As many people in Arlington, we're looking to make our house a little bit bigger since houses are small. We want to stay in our neighborhood, so our best choice was to do this addition. And I think the small variance requirement hopefully will be passed by the board. If you notice, the existing side of the house is 3 feet, and we're moving it into 5 feet. We're not asking for 8 feet, because 8 feet is the traditional area, so we asked for 5 feet, so that the external side would be more coherent in the design. If we moved it in further 8, it would look very odd, and we have to push it back further, and there's a large tree that we didn't want to disturb. So for those reasons, we're asking for the variance.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the applicant.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
This is for a rear addition, right?
Yes.
Did you reach out to your rear neighbor at 6238 22nd Road North and share your plans?
I didn't get a chance to reach out to him. I did everyone else, the neighbors both sides, and in the front. I tried several times to get to the front neighbor. They weren't there.
Do we have a photo of your backyard?
The backyard, that's
Is this
the
your backyard here?
Yeah.
And,
Very deep.
right. So, as I understand it, part of the reason why you're configuring this addition the way you are is to preserve that tree. Is that right?
Yes, the large
crepe
tree.
myrtle?
Yeah, the pecan
Different
tree
tree.
in the back.
Oh.
Okay.
Not the one
Got
on the side, but in the
So
back.
the reason for your design is to keep your rear wall farther from your rear lot line.
Right. This way it moves it in further toward the house rather than pushing it out.
And your side neighbors who are thereby greater impacted have both signed off on it.
Yes, I've talked to both of them, especially the one on the right-hand side, which would be most affected. And he is okay with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the applicant? If not, there are no speakers. I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
Motion.
Ms. Freshman.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11526-19-UP2, subject to the conditions listed in the proposed resolution.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Malice to approve the subject use permit with the conditions that are listed in the staff report. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is granted. Thank you. I'm going to take it after 28. Please call the next case. Just two more.
Case number V-11527-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Mary Catherine Sweeney, the owner, to permit after-the-fact approval for a separation of 5.5 feet between the wall of the main building house and the wall of the rear detached accessory building garage instead of 8 feet as required, and to permit a separation of 3.1 feet between the wall of the rear detached accessory building garage and new concrete stairs instead of 4 feet as required, regarding a former carport that has been converted into a garage in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 305 South Barton Street. Staff recommends that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions, and I'd ask you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Yes, thank you. I do have the
I remember the guy
additional
next door.
materials. Any questions of Mr. Rissy? Okay, hearing none. Mary Catherine Sweeney, welcome. Also known as Katie?
Yes,
Okay, welcome.
thank you.
Back.
How did you know that?
There's a letter that you sent to the board that you signed
thank
Katie
you.
Sweeney.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Gets a little confusing.
Don't apologize.
Thank you for welcoming back. I have made some changes to the proposed garage, taking it back from instead of 3.5 feet to 5.5 feet. Also taking off the eaves so that there are no, so it's the appropriate 1 foot from the side and rear property lines. And also added the concrete steps, and also was able to get my neighbors who just came back from Germany to sign off on their approval. I have tried many, 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 many times to get my back neighbors to answer their door. I've gone on the weekends, I've gone in the morning, I've gone in the afternoon, I've gone when I've seen a light on in their house, and they've never answered the door. I've never seen them. I assume somebody lives there, because I do see sometimes the lights on, but I have made many efforts to do that.
Okay. Anything else? Questions of Ms. Sweeney? Be happy to take a motion. Anyone?
What's the language? I'm looking for the language.
Staff report and resolution,
This doesn't read like it
Page.
usually does. Oh,
page 4 and 5.
it doesn't have a measurement, it just says. Okay, well, here, I'll do it.
Go ahead, Ms. Freshman.
Case number V-11527-19-UP1. Approval. I'm trying to think of the language that's normally here.
Well, you can just move approval of the subject.
I move approval as recommended by the staff for the case.
Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Melnick.
Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Melnick to approve the subject use permit. Mr. Owen.
I understand the motion to be a motion to adopt the proposed resolution on page 4 and 5 of the staff report.
That's correct. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. This matter is granted. We're going to call this next case, and then we're going to, after this, take a short break. Thank you very much, Ms. Sweeney. Good luck.
And thank you for all the modifications you made and the work you did.
Go ahead, Mr. Rissy.
Case number V-11528-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Diego and Katia Nori. The owner's been a street setback of 12.4 feet to the porch, 11.4 feet to the eave instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the eave, as required from the 25th Street South. Regarding new front porch in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 721 25th Street South, staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. And I'd like you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Is there a speaker?
Mr. Chairman, what's the nature of the supplemental material?
It is an email from the applicants regarding the outreach to their neighbors.
That was
Isn't this the one where we had the neighbor objecting?
And there's also.
No, that's a different one.
No, there's
Nope,
a letter.
There's also a letter of opposition from a neighbor. Thank you.
There is a letter of opposition.
That was what held up the approval in the, in the uncontested or the non-controversial item. So, and we have a number of speakers who have signed up to speak in favor of this application. And I apologize for you being at this point in the agenda, but nevertheless, no questions of Mr. Rissy.
So the letter, so what we have, the materials that I have, just for the record, are an email from the applicant describing their additional outreach to the neighbors. They submitted at the beginning of the meeting, and it was passed out, their petition, which had complete sign-off from all of their abutting neighbors, including 717 and 720 South 25th Street. But we have an email from a resident at 801 South 25th Street objecting to this use permit.
So let's hear from Diego and Katia Nori with respect to this recent development.
Have you seen I would ask the applicants, have you seen the email from Brent Spence of 801 South 25th Street?
Yes, we showed it to him.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members, and thank you to the staff team as well. And thank you for the 5 neighbors that are here supporting me today, this late. I saw the email today, right before the hearing. So I did notice, I haven't met this particular neighbor. He's on the different block. He's in the block next to us. He mentions 2 concerns there. One concern that he mentions is that the house will not be aligned with the rest of the properties. If you see the analysis that the staff team did, that's actually not accurate. It will be very much in line with the existing properties. And then the other statement that he mentioned is that this house previously had a front porch. I am not aware. I purchased a property back in September. By the way, that's not a picture of my house. That's a neighbor's house. Our house is the yellow one, this tiny one. So it will be very much in line with the look and feel.
No, this is the yellow one.
The beige one, yeah. That's our house. So yeah, there's no front porch.
The yellow.
Yes, correct. So
Ms. McNeil didn't take the photographs, though.
No worries, no worries. But yeah, I feel like it will be consistent with the look and feel of the rest of the neighborhood or the block.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a
Mr.
motion.
Owen.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Let's hear it.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11528-19-UP-1.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me apologize to the 6 5 people who have shown up to speak in favor. Fernando Rodriguez of 724 25th Street, Edward Libito? Labello of 725 25th Street, Catherine Gallagher, also of 725 25th Street South, Sarah Asimakopoulos. That's pretty good. I love Greek food. At 712 25th Street South, and Jonathan Ford of 716 25th Street South, all have signed up and attended and have waited.
And almost got out at the beginning.
And you almost got out early. So if you don't need to make a comment, that's fine. If you do feel a compelling need to make a comment, please come forward and make it. Otherwise, we will take your presence as a resounding show of the community outreach that your neighbors have done.
Is there anyone here in this room in opposition to this? Okay.
Anyone in the world in opposition? Hearing none. Okay, Mr. Owen, back to your motion.
So I move unanimous consent to waive the remaining speakers and approve the proposed resolution approving use permit V-11528-19-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed. Doesn't need a second. This is a unanimous consent request.
I agree with that. No problem. Second?
The request was to waive?
Yeah, to waive the speakers.
The rest of
They've
the proceedings.
They've acknowledged
and
their
approved.
support.
By unanimous consent.
Yeah,
No objection.
no objection to that. Is there a second to the motion?
Doesn't need to be.
grant
It's a unanimous consent request.
Oh, to your motion.
No.
You made a
My,
motion.
my,
Yeah, is there a second?
I didn't mean to complicate it unduly. It doesn't need a second. It's a unanimous consent
I
motion.
thought you made a motion.
No, that was just to waive the speaker.
No, I didn't get through that.
Oh, go ahead.
You didn't let me finish. And then
Sorry.
I'm substituting a unanimous
Sorry, it
consent
sounds like
request.
surplusage, but go ahead.
So the only thing I have on the table is a unanimous consent request to waive the rest of the hearing and approve the motion as in the staff report. And if there's no objection, we could be done.
Yay.
We have
Well,
to
no,
vote on
the law requires a motion and a second to approve a use permit or a variance.
We
It
don't do
doesn't.
that by unanimous consent.
No, you can't, yeah.
Let's not argue. Let's just make
Yeah,
a motion.
as I said at the beginning.
It sounds like there's objections, so someone else can make a motion now.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the use permit?
Yes.
Ms. Malice?
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11528-19-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Is there a second? Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Malice, seconded by Ms. Freshman to approve the subject use permit and with the conditions as described in the staff report. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is granted.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
for
very
waiting
much.
And your outreach. We're going to take a 10-minute break, recess. We'll convene back at 10:30 for the remaining part of the docket. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to do both at the same time. That's fine. We got it done.
Anyone want cake?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry?
For the translator?
Oh, for the first case? Okay.
He filled it out.
I think he puts them in here. Oh. That was the first case, right?
Yes, for the translator.
This is the translator, so that was
Oh,
the
good.
first case.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody left. We're done.
Then, well, we told him, I told him,
No, we're back
10:30,
early.
so
3 more
we've got a
minutes.
couple more minutes. And the timer is counting down. Oh, thank you. That's all right. Because it really was 12 or 13 minutes. I did it kind of like a judge does. They say, we'll be back, and they give a couple more minutes. Wow.
Pretty amazing, huh?
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, it's nice. All right. It's been fun. Gary, every meeting, I always leave kind of juiced. And it's like, later into the evening. I usually stay up late anyway.
I do too, and I usually go home and I'm just totally wired.
Yeah.
And
Still the
just
case.
praying that Thursday morning doesn't really, I don't have to get up at
No, years ago,
dark 30.
when McGarry was on the board, we would meet afterwards. We would spend another hour, just he and I talking about current events. Mostly, it was funny. He's a utility lobbyist, and I was at the time, the union lawyer. And so, and Republican, Democrat, we had the best conversations. So it would be even later. For years we did that.
Yeah.
And then we'd have lunch again.
I felt badly for that couple who thought they were going to get off, but then when they had 6 people,
Yeah,
waited
really
the whole
bad, yeah.
time. Oh my God, that was amazing. 6
That was.
neighbors.
I think we must be entertaining.
No, I guess they committed to doing it,
Yeah.
and they knew where they were on the agenda, so they had no expectations
Right.
really of going early.
Until we
except
told
that
them.
we started
Right.
talking about it, and then when they had all those people.
And then INTA found the stinker letter.
I found the letter. Yeah, it was my fault.
And that guy doesn't even live in the lot.
It was like, what?
He lives a long way away. The guy who objected.
Well, they didn't show up.
Yeah, so never, you don't get it.
It was just to karmically prove the point
That-
I couldn't be sure, even with all the abutting neighbors, we still can't be absolutely sure.
That something's not going to.
I think it was from.
It was yeah.
I think it was from.
Karma. Yeah.
It was.
That's right.
It was zoning karma. Public process karma. That you can't assume anything.
And you have to,
Oh.
that
I think I might save it, because I wonder if that guy uses it.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
Maybe I created it. Maybe I created it, right?
I think 9 cases. I think we can, let's see how they go.
Maybe it's nice.
All right. We're going to reconvene, and we're going to start with case 11529. If there's any, okay, they're coming in. I think they're coming. Okay. We're calling the meeting back to order. Thank you, everyone, for that brief recess. Mr. Rissy, can you please call the next case?
Case number V-11529-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Sarah Kerwin and Joseph Calizo, the owners, to permit a rear setback of 21.6 feet to the new addition wall and 20 feet to the proposed rear bump out, 19.8 feet to the bump out eave instead of 25 feet to the addition wall and the bump out, 21 feet to the bump out eave as required from the rear property line. To permit a right side setback of 8.1 feet to the new addition wall instead of 10 feet as required, and to permit a left side setback of 8.1 feet to the rear addition instead of 10 feet as required to the side property line, and to permit an aggregate side yard setback of 16.2 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding a 2-story rear addition with bump out and porch in the R27 zoning district on the premise known as 3108 24th Street South. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Questions of Mr. Rissy? If not, Sarah Kerwin and/or Joseph Calizo, welcome. Anything to add? Mr. Moore, you are...
I'm their contractor, general contractor.
Okay.
So I'm the applicant, actually.
I'm going to ask you to fill out another speaker slip
Okay.
in connection with this particular case, because that other one had that case number on it.
I thought as the applicant I was allowed to, but yeah, I mean, I think the case speaks for itself. We're here to answer any questions. I don't think that we need to waste your time and
Mr. Chairman.
add anything to it. But if you have questions, we're here to answer those. I'll fill out a speaker slip
Chairman.
afterwards.
Okay, question.
I have a
Mr.
question
Owen?
for the applicant. You got written feedback from most of your abutting neighbors, but we didn't see it from 2713 24th Road South, the rear neighbor. Can you tell us about, and you included the certified letter receipts. So that was very helpful. Thank you for doing that.
Correct. And one of those certified letters was to that address. They're from Virginia Beach.
Did you, they're non-resident owners?
Correct.
Okay.
I stopped by there last night
Yeah.
and talked to the renter, and she has no problem with it. There's a lot of trees between our houses, so she couldn't really even see our house, but she had not heard of it.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
I'd be happy to take that, because it also looks like there's some outlots there, small ones. Yeah, they're like two or three. There's one long one, and then two. Are they owned by the county? Do you know, Mr. Rissy?
I do not know.
Okay.
They're not. They're connected with the people on the 25th Street. So there's the
24th Road
Homeowners
South.
Association owns one of them, and the Virginia Beach people own the other one. So they're connected to the people behind,
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
according to tax records.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate that research, too. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
You have to take a motion, Mr. Owen.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11529-19-1, subject to the conditions listed.
Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Malice. Moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Malice to approve the subject use permit. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have the matter granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board.
Please call the next case.
Case number V-11530-19-UP-2 is a use permit request by Erica Freud and Thora Young, the owners, to permit a setback of 10.4 feet to the wall, porches and deck 9.4 feet to the eave, and porch eaves instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the porches, deck, and eave, 19.5 feet to the porch eave, as required, all from the first road south right-of-way. Regarding a new side addition front porch and side porch, new rear deck in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 113 South Utah Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? Hearing none.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
We previously heard a use permit on the same site, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks. You said we had a previous actions. 96.
No, more recently.
19, July.
Yeah, on page 2, where it talks about the July meeting, there's a sentence that says, for a proposed 2-story rear addition, kind
Yes.
of just out there.
Yes.
What does that mean?
There was an entirely different 2-story rear addition proposed last July that was approved by the board.
Okay, it's
But
just,
not built.
No.
yeah,
It's
Okay.
still valid.
it's still, yeah, it's an odd,
Yes, they could still build that which they showed the board last July.
it's just not a complete sentence, so I wasn't,
Oh.
I was
That's
confused,
fine.
I was confused. Thank you.
Well, I'm curious. Thor Young and/or Erica Freud, welcome. So what's going on with the July approval?
We
upon reflection and in actually getting an alternate proposal from another contractor who they actually came in to bid on the construction, and they said, we have an even better idea. And we said, oh, well, we'll take a look at that. And it was far and away superior and gave us what ultimately we would like to have in the end without having to ever, knock on wood, do construction again on our home. So while we spoke with Stephen, the contractor actually spoke with Stephen, and then we came in and met with him, and he said it's different enough, even though really the square footage isn't much more, and you are asking for almost the exact same setback. It is different enough that I recommend that you come back to the BZA.
It is a little different.
Mm-hmm.
We'll ask you for a little bit more. Ms. Malice?
Can you just walk us through the changes?
Oh, sure. I think the front porch, of course, is different. It's actually allowed in the way our home, I guess with our zone and everything, and the distance from the front. It's also a screen porch instead, would be on the rear, on the side that is closest to the pathway, and then a little bit more. So instead of all of the construction being over on the path side, there is a little bit on the other side of our home. Is that? That wasn't very technical. Sorry about that. It's
technical is not necessarily good.
Okay, all right. Well, that was that was my attempt. Otherwise, it's still a 2-story addition with a master being the addition up top.
Any further questions? I'd be happy to entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Malice?
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11530-19-UP-2, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Malice, second by Ms. Freshman, to approve the subject use permit with the conditions listed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry.
I had a question, just a quick one. So I noticed in the staff report it mentions 10.4 feet.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's 10.6, in the survey. I just didn't know if there was a discrepancy there.
Let's take a look at that real quickly. Suspending voting on the motion as it's not been completed. No, I see what you're talking about, that red number.
Yeah.
On this plat from
34.
If I may clarify,
Go ahead, Mr. Rissy.
there's more than one porch, and so we went with the closer of the two. If you'll notice towards the rear, there is a note of 15.4 minus the 5-foot easement, came out to 10.4. So there are porches at both 10.6 and 10.4, not needing to advertise both of them. We advertise porches at 10.4.
Okay.
So that line, the right side lot line, actually it's not perpendicular.
No, it is. There's just 2 porches.
Yeah, the front porch is actually set in ever so slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but that 15.4. Okay.
Yes, you're also correct. It is not quite perfectly parallel.
Right. It's not much, but it's
No.
off a little bit. It arcs out.
Proving, yeah.
Okay. Is that give either of the maker of the motion or the person who seconded it pause? Well, hearing none, let me complete the vote. All in favor of the motion to approve the subject use permit signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and this matter is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we have to refer back to this discussion if there are any questions that come up 5 years from now with respect to 10-4. Let's hear the next case, Mr. Rissy.
Case number V-11531-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Dan and Marissa Madigan, the owners, to permit a street setback of 18.5 feet to the addition wall, 17 feet to the eve, and 17.5 feet to the proposed stoop instead of 25 feet to the addition wall, 19.5 feet to the eve, and 21 feet to the stoop as required from the 14th Street North. Regarding a two-story side addition and new front portico with entry stoop in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 5853 14th Street North. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. And I'd like you to please note there's supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen.
What's the nature of the supplemental material we received?
It is an email from the applicant explaining their outreach to their neighbors.
Thank you.
Supplementing the outreach, adding 5865, 5856.
Well, discussing their verbal communications with them.
Those are, yeah, that's a key one.
And we have Mr. Cernet, of course, the applicant, Dan Madigan, welcome, and Cerney or T?
NY.
NY, Cerny.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Mark.
Thank you.
I imagine you're the architect or builder.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Well, we agree with the staff report. Thank you, Mr. Rissy, for coordinating. We did have a few questions that came via email to us today that if we want to speak to, we can address. I think one of them was the neighbors, which Dan can speak to, and another one was about erosion. But I wanted to actually clarify, I'm not sure where the question came from, but it referenced the southeast corner of the lot, and we weren't aware of anything there. We weren't sure if they meant the southwest corner of the lot, possibly.
So I was the one who
Go ahead, Mr.
posed the
Owen.
question. And if you look on this page, it's visible in the left-hand photo.
You're showing on the page that has,
So it's along 14th Street at the property line with 5865.
So the southwest.
Okay.
Okay.
My
yes.
mistake, sorry.
So that's what we figured. So what Dan had actually talked, he had Merrifield come out, the landscapers, because we were kind of aware that there's a pretty steep slope there.
Yeah.
And the recommendation is to plant plantings with some deep roots to hold the soil in place to address the erosion, basically. And for the downspouts to spill them so that they can go across the front yard and towards the street across the grass rather than down that steep slope.
Thank you.
Mr. Owen was referring to the cover sheet A0 of MC Design. Any other questions? Hearing none, I'd be happy to take a motion then. Go ahead, Ms. Freshman.
I move Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11531-19-UP1, subject to the conditions listed.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Melnick. Moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Melnick to approve the subject use permit with the conditions described in the staff report. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. This matter is granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your
Please call the
service.
next case.
Case number V-11534-19-VA-2 is a variance request by Marty Aronovich, the owner, to permit a lot coverage of 49% instead of 45% required for one family dwelling in the R5 zoning district regarding the addition of stairs and deck to the side and rear of the home in the R5 zoning district on the premise known as 867 North Abingdon Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution denying the variance. A proposed alternative resolution has been provided should the BZA see fit to approve the variance as advertised. I'd ask you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Thank you. Let me take a quick gander. at
Mr.
supplemental
Chairman.
material. Go ahead, Mr. Irwin.
I'm just wondering if the applicant has been provided with the February 12th email from Jordan English on this application. Is that the right one? Am I on the correct applicant? This one? Is this part of the same
The one that's a part of the package?
package?
I don't know. I don't know.
Mr. Aronovich? No. You are he?
Are you're on a different application?
Okay, Mr. Aronovich, Marty Aronovich.
Here.
Was he here earlier?
I don't know.
Last call, well, he would have seen the list and known where he was on the docket. Last call for Marty Aronovich. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be prepared to motions denying these two applications, but the application or the letter, the email we got from the down the street neighbor makes certain assertions that the application contained false information. Moreover, the financial disclosure seems not to include the current ownership.
This property was recently sold to an LLC.
Yep. And so we've previously discussed whether or not we should include a requirement that people sign their applications under oath, which we have the power to do, so as to get better assurance of being truthful. So I just want to point this out as one where having a signed affidavit of, swearing to the truthfulness would give us greater assurance that they were under penalty of perjury for having made knowing misstatements.
Yeah. I mean, here, the disclosure statement has an affirmation or certification, but the application itself does not.
Yep. So I'm not saying that the applicant, in fact, said anything false.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the question is one that might be easier to resolve if we applied oaths more explicitly in our proceedings. That said, I'm prepared to make a motion on this.
Mr. Chairman, before you make the
Go
motion.
ahead, Ms.
Mr.
Malice.
Chairman, we have no protocol as to whether we hear cases when the applicant is not present.
In the history in general has been that the matter is deferred. To offer an opportunity to provide staff an opportunity to contact them and let them know that your presence is requested if you, especially under these kinds of circumstances, you're seeking a variance. And obviously to answer any questions that members of the board might have. And here there are, significant questions.
I'd say if we do that, it'd be April, not 1 month.
Yeah. Because you've got a couple, several that have already been carried over to next month, so.
Sure.
I would be happy to make a motion to defer.
Well, Mr. Owen, I think, had one more thing to add. Did you?
No, I would prefer denial, but I will defer to my colleagues if you want to make a motion.
I'm okay with denial, but I don't know if we have three for that.
Well, that's just I'm trying to, do we have a practice that we observe, or if not?
Yeah, in general, it's not codified,
often than not,
obviously. It's
yeah.
not,
But
it's not a
typically, in the
policy.
past, we have deferred if the applicant is not
Yes, we
here.
have.
Yeah.
If the applicant were not to come back next time, we
Yeah,
might.
that would be an indication of a kind of a, withdrawal in effect, or a non-contest. If you don't prosecute a case, you don't show up to court, the court will, dismiss it sua sponte on its own. But in general, we'd give them another bite at the apple. But if they waive that, then it wouldn't be improper though to take action on it, even in their absence. I'm just saying.
I think the situation would be trickier if the staff are recommending approval and we had questions, then I would say, let's defer. But here, I'm just saying my personal view, right? I think this is a weak application.
I do too.
If they had showed up, it would surprise me that they would convince me to approve. And I'm concerned about them having more latitude by not showing. I don't want to incentivize people to not show up.
It's enabling bad behavior.
Like if they think they're going down and they want more time to like sort it out,
We don't
they
know
just
why,
don't show
we
up.
don't know why
Yeah.
they're not here,
They might
No.
be in the hospital.
Right.
you know, so that part I can't.
Well, then
Can't say.
let's defer to April. If you want to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I'd be happy to take a motion so that this gentleman can have his case heard.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we should just vote.
Okay.
I think it's fair to defer, just since we
I'd be
don't-
happy to take a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Malice?
in the matter V-11534-19-VA-2, which is a variance request, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals defer this matter to our April meeting.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? All in favor of the deferral to April of this matter, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
So 4-1, defer. Then there is an associated use permit.
Case number V-11534-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Marty Aronovich, the owner, to permit a left side setback of 1.5 feet to the deck and stairs, and that is 6 feet to the deck and 5 feet to the stairs is required, and to permit a rear yard setback of 16 feet to the deck instead of 21 feet is required regarding addition of stairs and deck to the side and rear of a one-family dwelling in the R5 zoning district on the premise known as 867 North Avignon Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution denying the use permit request. An alternative proposed resolution has been provided to the board see fit to approve the use permit request as advertised. Please note there is supplemental material that came in for this and the last case after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen?
what's the nature of the supplemental material?
There are 2 letters of opposition from surrounding neighbors.
And this is on the use permit associated with the variance?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman,
Any further questions? Ms. Freshman?
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals defer use permit V-11534-19-UP1 to the April 2020 BZA meeting.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Freshman and seconded by Ms. Malice to defer associated use permit to the April meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
Again, 4-1. And the ayes have it, and that matter is deferred. And please call the,
Last case.
well, it's next to last. I mean.
Nope.
Oh.
No,
we
it's
have
not.
6.
It is the last case.
Sorry.
Bite your tongue.
Case number V-11536-19-UP-1 is a use permit request by Brian Adam, the owner, to permit after-the-fact approval for a setback of 5 feet to the wall of an existing accessory detached building, 4.5 feet to the eave, from the South Arlington Ridge Road Street right-of-way, and so 25 feet is required regarding an existing shed in the R10 zoning district, premise known as 2335 South Mead Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Any questions of Mr. Rissy? Hearing none. Mr. Adam,
Yes, sir.
welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying.
Of course, absolutely.
Listen, it could have been 1 a.m., so.
We
It has
thought
been
we might
1
have
a.m.
been here till then, but for the work of Mr. Owen and my colleagues here, getting a lot of matters handled quickly, we're going to make it home for Stephen Colbert. Let's, any questions? Anything to add?
No, I did receive an email, I believe, yesterday. I think there were 3 questions. Happy to clarify anything if you guys have any, if you want.
So you did respond to those questions?
No, I just saw
Okay.
them yesterday, so I'm happy to
Okay, well,
clarify or
let's-
answer any of
Let's
those.
hear your answers.
Well, one of those
Well,
for staff.
Let's wait. Mr. Owen, you had some questions?
Yes, sir.
Let's hear those.
For staff, how did the need for a use permit for the structure come to the attention of the county? Was there a complaint?
Yes, it came in as a complaint for a zoning enforcement case.
Okay, there was a complaint.
Correct.
An enforcement action?
Yes,
Okay.
zoning.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
No, I'm ready for the applicant's presentation.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so,
It came to the attention of the county by way of this board by way of a.
complaint.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I mean, but I have two of my neighbors who've said that they have no problem with it. My guess is, maybe it's wrong for me to assume, but ever since I bought the house, I've had one neighbor who's not been very pleasant to me from the very beginning. So he's submitted 4 other complaints through the county. All have been looked into. Never been any no issues. I was all in compliant. I'm fixing up my house. I've pulled permits every step of the way. But this specific neighbor, if I am correct that it is that person, has just, even before I closed on the house, just was not pleasant to me. So.
Sorry to hear that.
Did you?
Yeah,
Mr.
me
Chairman?
too. I don't know who it was for sure, but I mean, everyone else that I live next to is always very, very kind, and we get along. So.
Ms. Malice and then
So,
Ms. Freshman.
did you build the shed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And without a building permit?
I went to the county to ask what needed to be done. And at that point, I was under the impression that that was okay. There's really, if you look at my lot, there's really no defined backyard and side yard. And I know the setbacks do differ. And so when this was brought to my attention, I spoke with several of the people who represent the county. And they said, well, you are still in breach of, I guess, the setback by maybe a foot or two.
Can you describe that context you had with, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. No, Judy, Ms. Freshman was ahead of me.
Yes, she was.
Uh,
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Freshman.
I'm real familiar with this property. I pass by it all the time.
Is that right?
And I think it's unfortunate that the shed is where it is. I mean, generally speaking, I don't object to it. But I think because it has a light color.
Yes.
And because it has absolutely no screening, it's an eyesore. And I think I'm assuming that if this board approves it, it would behoove you to address that. Because it is really unattractive on an otherwise attractive site and street especially. That is a very nice street, and every single home on that street is very well cared for and nicely landscaped. So I think it would go a long way, maybe even with your crabby neighbor, but just generally speaking, for those of us who pass by there, to address those two things.
My intention is to, if you guys are to approve it, to either put some shrubs up or to put a fence up, but I wanted to hold off until there was any.
Yeah, I mean, I think I highly recommend that.
Yes, ma'am.
The fence is probably the least desirable of the two options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greenery.
Landscaping
generally
would be
is a much
better,
visual buffer. Than
especially if you don't address the light color, because the light color just makes it look twice as big.
I'd be more than happy to do either that may appease the neighbors.
That's a special neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
That's a special street. To have that addressed, congratulations to you.
Thanks, sir.
Freddie lives across the street.
I appreciate it.
Just
Freddie is one of my my recommendations.
I know. You see him all the time.
All kind of folk lived in
Mr.
there.
Chairman?
Mr. Owen.
Can you describe, there's 2 neighbors who've written in favor or supporting this. Can you describe any subsequent outreach that you've done to other abutting or nearby neighbors?
So the house sits right there on the corner. Other than that, it's Arlington Ridge behind me, which is like probably an 8 to 10 foot drop. And on the other side are houses that are covered up by fences. So the only people that I've talked to is the neighbor directly across from me, the neighbor to my left, and then the house actually where Freddie is, the house right next to it is tenant occupied.
Which one is that? 2338 or 2330?
I don't know the address, but it's
Can you pull just
the
look in the application package. There's a map of the immediate vicinity. It's little black houses on a white
It's
field.
the 5th page.
Thank you. So 2330 is tenant occupied.
So did you talk to them, or you just skip them because you know it's tenant occupied?
I skip them because I know they're tenant occupied.
Uh-huh.
New tenants as of the last 4 to 5 months.
Yep. And 2338?
2334, I've gotten recommendation letter from.
Uh-huh.
2338 is the disgruntled neighbor for whatever reason before I even moved in.
Okay.
And 2343, I also have approval.
Yep. And so what about 2226 Arlington Ridge Road across the street?
My house is rather far. I mean, it may not depict it here on the map, but that's rather far from the property.
But that's the side that the shed is on.
Mm-hmm.
It is, but not. Which property are you referring to?
1226.
1226 Arlington
two
Ridge
of
Road.
1226 across from our.
They both say
on
12.
Arlington
Why do they
Ridge.
say 220?
Yeah, across
That's
Arlington
crazy.
Ridge.
That's crazy.
21226s, that's just a misprint.
Did you talk to either of them?
I did not know, sir. Their house, that's their backyard, and there's a very tall fence behind it with trees and bamboo.
Okay. Because arguably they're the most affected. Because it's hard for, like, the view. Can we see the photo that was here? Of the shed. Next one. Next one. That one. That's the view
From the
that
street.
those people on Arlington Ridge see. And your disgruntled neighbor doesn't see this view. The disgruntled neighbor sees that view, which is far more attractive.
Not far more.
Okay, somewhat more attractive. I'm not
Less
marginally
unattractive.
I'm not the aesthetic guy. So anyway, it's disappointing not to have, and you can see behind this, you can see the windows of those neighbors across Arlington Ridge,
Looking at it.
where their upper story windows can see that, the back end of the shed. Right? So their views would ordinarily be relevant to us.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Malice.
I have a question for staff. This is out of compliance right now. If we grant the use permit but require screening, what is the process that we go through, that you go through? Because since it's out of compliance right now.
I will turn your approval and conditions over to the zoning enforcement officer, who is currently on the zoning code compliant or zoning enforcement case.
Okay.
And
The
once,
open case?
yeah, and once the screening has been installed, he'll be able to,
Close the case.
Close the case.
as far as I know, that would resolve the matter.
And that would delay enforcement action. Our rule-
Filing this action stays the enforcement action.
The zoning enforcement action, correct.
I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I'd like to put in some measure of shrubbery,
Oh, for sure.
especially.
Absolutely.
For sure.
That would be
Especially since we
condition, I
haven't.
think. What do you call that, Mr. Owen? Condition number 4?
Yeah.
Condition number 4. The question is, how tall and how we want to describe it. Because this is the side that the neighbors that weren't contacted with are actually going to see. And if we're going to approve it tonight, I think we have to take that measure.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be more consistent with our general practice to recommend deferral and suggest that the applicant draw the screening that they're proposing and show it to the most affected
Describe
neighbors
what kind
and
of,
get their feedback on the proposal?
Yeah. That sounds better to me.
Okay, I can go.
I have a question, though, of the applicant. What do you keep in the shed? What was the purpose of it?
I maintain the yard, so it's yard equipment.
You're ambitious.
I'm an active guy. I put bikes in there and sporting equipment, surfboards, snowboards.
You're going to maintain. You have the equipment to maintain this yard. You're not going to hire folk to come because that's ambitious. I know when you're young. I had a house when I was young. Oh my God, I love cutting the grass. But it became a. Okay, go ahead.
I also noticed it, and to your point, I've noticed that the neighborhood takes pride in maintaining the yard, and in the short period, I've done a lot of planning, which you can see from both the recommendations. So it's an ongoing thing that I'm just trying to improve the property value, improve the neighborhood. I'm also in real estate, so I understand that.
Yeah, the neighbor specifically discussed the improvements he's made to the landscaping.
You say you're in real estate. You're an agent.
I am, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you understand that neighborhood then.
So Yeah.
I guess the only thing I'll add is I'm more than happy to add any shrubbery or a fence, or if there's a preferred kind of shrub that they would like to see, I'm more than happy to do any of that.
Yeah, go ahead. I would just say it sounds like we're open to ultimately this. I mean, no guarantees, never any guarantees at the BZA. But I'm reading the general mood, the vibe seems to be there's a path to approval here, but it involves some more groundwork on your part to think of options, to discuss them with the affected, to attempt to discuss them with the affected neighbors, talk it through, draw it up, make a proposal, and then come back to us with drawings and descriptions of the screening and some feedback from your neighbors, even if the neighbors across Arlington Ridge Road say, no, I hate it, and this is why. That's still feedback we can use and evaluate the reasonableness of. And then we would have more to work with. For example, you saw in several of the others, we had additional conditions. Usually were framed as the applicant agrees to do what they submitted that they would do in addition, right? So if you submit something in writing to us that describes and draws in detail the screening you're proposing, especially if your neighbors say, yeah, that's the right thing to do there, that makes it potentially faster for us to approve the next time.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion and then to defer V-11536-19-UP-1 to the April BZA, April BZA hearing, period.
For the purpose of?
For the purpose of developing a landscape plan to screen the shed from the Arlington Ridge neighborhood.
Well,
Street.
all sides. This side should have screening too.
Yeah.
Not
it should
not
be
just the
screened-
one behind it.
It should be screened from view as much as possible.
Because there's absolutely nothing around it, so it just.
So Mr. Chairman.
So I was in mid-motion.
Yeah, we've got ourselves bollocksed up a little bit. I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we vitiate what just happened, because I think we're going to dig ourselves
Well, we
into a
haven't,
procedural
it
hole.
wasn't seconded.
I know, that's what, yeah. So I would just say I would suggest Ms. Malice withdraw. I thought her clean motion for a deferral, let's move and second that.
And
That's the
then
motion,
discuss.
and then discuss the reasons as discussion.
You don't
How
want
we-
that, you don't want the reason in the
We typically don't do that.
We describe to the
You typically
applicant what
do.
we want.
You have been known to do that over
Yeah.
and over and over. I'm okay either way,
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah. I think
Not because I won't be here, but
Yeah.
because I think I was historically always for the clean.
I think in this case, it would be easier on us to just
Okay.
put it in the record rather than the motion.
Okay. Ms. Malice, are you still willing to make a motion?
I move in case V-11536-19-UP-1 that we defer this matter to the April 2020 BZA hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Malice and Mr. Owen for seconding that. Any discussion?
I think that the general sense is that this does need to be screened. My colleagues can talk about the degree to which it needs to be screened, but from my standpoint, particularly from the Arlington Ridge side, and I think I would like to see feedback from your neighbors on Arlington Ridge. Once you have an idea of what you'd like to do, run it by them so that they can give you some input, even if they don't care. Something written from them that they've reviewed the plans. And as far as the other side, you all can speak to the other side of it.
I just think. Yeah. As I said before, I've been on Mead a lot as well as Arlington Ridge. So I think this view needs screening also. So I wouldn't just put it on the Ridge side, although that one is glaringly obvious when you're driving by it. So I think there needs to be a plan to screen the shed.
Any other discussion of the motion?
I would just say that I encourage you for tenant-occupied properties also to send a letter to the record owner. And in the materials that we send people, there's a neighbor outreach flyer that describes the neighbor outreach that we're seeking, and it has a web link to where you can find the address of the record owner.
Okay. May I comment on anything?
If you have questions.
So there are two adjacent properties that were actually pointed out. I believe they're in the report as well. They both have sheds closer to the setback, and they've used a fence to basically cover a screening.
Yep.
So is that adequate, or am I supposed to go beyond what the other adjacent neighbors that have been pointed out in this case?
Well, where would you put the fence?
Along Arlington Ridge Road.
Well, that only addresses one side.
So the other neighbors on my side have had no objection to the.
Let's, can we get that other photo of Arlington Ridge Road directly? Yeah.
So if there was a fence, actually, you can notice these are evergreen trees that I've planted over the last 6 months. The vision here is one, it's really noisy. So to prevent some of that noise coming on to Mead Street, that's one of the reasons it creates privacy screening. But my plan was to run that all the way through and behind the shed as well to create a screening. But as I said before, with this pending, I wanted to hold off to see what the verdict was.
If I were you, I'd want to screen the foundation, those footings also. I mean, this neighborhood is full of brick homes. I'm trying to think of a structure that's framed, that's that prominent. You mentioned some sheds, I'm sure.
I don't see them on the tax map.
There are just, that is so out of character with.
So 1226 and 12, that's, I guess you pointed out. Both 1226 and the other 1226 both have sheds that are much closer to the setback that just have a fence up.
To the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
But you'd need a 20-foot fence to screen that.
Well,
I mean, because of the grade.
The other outbuildings pop up above standard height fences.
Well, I don't know about, I don't see how a fence would really, I think, a fence is as obtrusive to me as the structure. It's a structure. I think the green is going to serve you better in terms of the image. And I don't know about the color. Color's not a part of it, but also less. I don't know. It's.
I guess I'm just trying to get a clear direction as to what would be considered most.
Mr. Chairman.
Approved or most preferred for the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. I think as a Board of Zoning Appeal member, I don't feel like I can tell you a fence is better or worse than vegetative screening, just for me personally.
Right.
I feel like our job is form and function and spatial and not architectural, aesthetic. That's not as much our brief. I have a slightly different flavor of view on that, I think, than most of my colleagues, but that's my view. So as for me, I think if you wanted to put a fence there to screen it, to me that's equivalent. The problem is it's unscreened, and the equivalent neighbor sheds are all screened, as you say, with fences. And if, for example, you and your neighbors all said you strongly preferred a fence to some other kind of screening, and that was like your view as the homeowner and their view as the most affected neighbors, like, I don't see why we wouldn't go along with that.
Right. I wouldn't.
I would be surprised if that was the preference as opposed to vegetated screening. I would guess that most people who are seeing this would prefer to have vegetative screening than a fence. But that's not, as an individual BZA member, I don't think that's my job. I think my job is to say what you have proposed now is not compatible with the surrounding neighbors yet. And something more needs to be proposed and done and discussed. So that's the direction I would have for you.
Okay.
Stephen has his hand up.
Mr. Rissy.
Mr. Chair, I really don't want to draw this out any further, but I would be remiss if I did not mention that the zoning requirements would only permit a 4-foot by right fence in that
That's
area.
Right.
That's
And
true.
we did mention the
And the
height.
grade-
There
and
would
the
be a
grade-
height issue.
And the grade issue alone makes
So,
a fence impractical.
It is, I mean, you're going to have to use your aesthetic judgment in that regard. In general, I agree with Mr. Owen, except I try to nudge folk in certain directions, but can't compel. Think of yourself as trying to sell it. And
Maybe I'll just do both. How about that?
I don't know. Anyway, we got a motion that's on the floor with a second, and we're in the discussion period. I think the discussion period is concluded now. All in favor of the motion to defer to April, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Good luck. And
Thank you.
congratulations, too.
And since this is as built, it's not like you have to wait to build it. It's there.
Right.
And the enforcement action's in abeyance until April.
Yep.
So.
Mr. Chairman?
Is it okay to put some plants in the meantime? Or?
Absolutely.
We're not the zoning enforcement officials, but it's hard for me to imagine how you'd be prohibited from doing that.
Right.
Okay.
There's nothing prohibits that, right?
Well, we're not entitled to say that.
No,
You should check with the county staff if you want definitive answers to what's allowed.
Got it.
But we can't think of any reason why you wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Understand. Okay. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Freshman.
I'd like to move approval of the minutes of Wednesday, November 13, 2019, Wednesday, December 11, 2019, and Wednesday, January 22nd, 2020.
And only the January meeting was circulated recently, right? You circulated all of these shortly after the meetings in question.
Yeah, well, yes, November had to be revised. It's actually already been approved by the board, but there was an error that we are correcting, but that was a little while after the meeting. But generally, yes.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Malice to approve the November, December, and January minutes of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Wait.
Oh, wait, we have to do elections.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just because you're leaving.
Do I get to vote?
Yes.
Yikes.
You don't have anyone else to vote.
Okay. Let me, yeah, that's right. Okay, let me convene the organizational meeting, portion of the meeting. As you all know, my term expires on March 7th, and I will, of course, relinquish the chair as a result. So, the floor is open for nominations for chair of the Board of Zoning Appeals for the subsequent year.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Melnick?
So I'd like to nominate Intimalis as chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Melnick, seconded by Ms. Freshman, to elect Intermalice chair. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You are elected.
Am I an abstention?
No, you can vote on yourself.
no, you can
The
vote for
vice
yourself.
chair, as a result, relinquishes her position as vice chair. And the floor is open for nominations for vice chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
I'd like to nominate Peter Owen as vice chair.
Second.
Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Hearing none.
Anybody?
I should have done that for the first one. You're supposed to call it out 3 times. I forgot. Okay, hearing no others. All in favor? It was seconded. Motion.
Yes.
Motion, second.
All in favor of the motion made by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Freshman to elect.
Made by
No,
Mr. Melnick.
Mr.
Melnick.
Melnick made the motion. Ms. Freshman seconded the motion to elect Peter Owen vice chair. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. And secretary for the succeeding term. Historically, the coordinator had been secretary. Is there a motion to nominate an individual for secretary of the Board of Zoning Appeals?
I will nominate
Intimalis nominates Stephen Rissy.
Stephen Rissy.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Judy Freshman. Any further nominations? Any further nominations? Any further nominations? Hearing none. All in favor of electing Stephen Rissy, Secretary of the Board of Zoning Appeals for the succeeding term, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. And
This is a miracle.
now, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Congratulations, Charles.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
Who made the motion? Who's second? I'll move to adjourn. How's
Move
that?
adjournment. I usually do that, right?
He got it. You get to second.
All right.
Aye.
Everyone in favor?
All in favor, say aye. Aye. And Inta, I'm passing this gavel on to you. This gavel I've had a long time. Look, I even repaired it. You see that? I stepped on